Yo, Elden Ring. I don't remember where we were last. I don't remember the last thing that we were trying to do. Here we are. What's up, Dankwater? How you doing? Beast Clergyman. Oh, right. So strong defeat the boss today. Good question. What's up, Zane? How you doing? Bodied. Is the tree sentinel as well? I don't need to fight the tree sentinel. He can be over there and do nothing. Ouch. Rocks. He threw rocks at me. I feel like there was something I wanted to do before I fought the beast clergyman, but I don't remember what it was. Nah, maybe there wasn't. Oh, beast clergyman's gonna be rough. And then spikes. Yep. Okay. And I didn't even hit you. Bruh. Why do you do nothing but throw rocks? Come on. Slowly putting it together, but I'm not quite sure when I'm able to hit him. Ow. Okay. Alright. Just wait until phase 2. I think you said that last time. And I'm just as put off now as I am as I was then. Wonder if I would be able to kill anybody if I were to invade right now. Screw me, dude. So I know I usually say a whole bunch of stuff about not being able to recognize certain patterns from bosses, but it feels especially difficult with the Beast Clergyman. I feel like he's extremely... I feel like he's gonna do that thing where he does like a 5-hit combo, but sometimes decides to only do 3 hits in that combo, or 2. Or hell, maybe he'll only strike once. Maybe there's even 6 hits. Hard to tell. Bruh. That's really great, but do something I can punish. That would be one of them if I were closer. That's also punishable. Good to know. Whoa. All right. I think that would have killed me if I hadn't dodged it at the right time. Alright, this is no longer funny. I can only figure one thing that I can actually hit. I can only find the one thing. But... Alright, maybe I should just be closer? I don't know. Maybe I can get behind him. What's up, Spike the Bear? How you doing? Okay, that's cool. Stop throwing rocks at me! Okay, I should have gotten hit there. A little tired, but good. What about you? I'm pretty solid. Day's going pretty okay so far. Although, there's one thing that's in my head. Last night, a friend of mine cursed me to have a good dream, supposedly. Then I have a dream, and instead, it's like I dream about my bathroom being filled with a bunch of flesh. Like, you know that one visual novel about the dude whose entire world is just nothing but fleshy walls? It's stuff like that. But with my bathroom, specifically. What's up, Silky Butter? Ouch. So, yeah. I told him that if I didn't have a good dream, I was gonna ban him for a week. So, let's see if I actually own up to it. You haven't seen Phase 2 yet, have you? No, I haven't. This is one of my favorite fights in any Souls game. Really? What a wonderful dream. Yeah, great. That's what you'd be talking about when not in Street Fighter, flesh bathrooms? I guess, yeah. I mean, this isn't a consistency. This is actually out of the blue. You just so happen upon, you know, the weirdest possible dream that I could have had in recent days. Oh my frickin' god, stop being small. What the heck? You've done that attack maybe twice. I don't like you, Beast Clergyman. Rip to him. Rip to him. Strong must not have a sister. I don't. Wait, what does that have to do with anything? What does me having a sister have to do with what I've spoken about? Can vouch that flesh bathrooms have not been mentioned on any other stream I've been in. See? There you go. Oh, I thought this was a common topic. I should get back into Elden. You should. It's a solid game. If you have women in the house, you get too used to bloody bathrooms. Oh, okay. That's gross. Makes me not look forward to that part of having a wife when that should happen. And then this is the part where my chat laughs at me and says, haha, strong man and wife. No. Why do you have just the right hitbox to make me annoyed? What am I doing? Logical reason. Well, now you need to get over that bar before you have a wife. Mature Rob. Need to get over what now? Oh, you mean the blood thing? Pocket Santa. Clergy Beastman used sand attack. It's not supposed to do damage. No, just be like Germa near 40 and he's as psychotic as ever. I wish I could be like Germa. Have the same kind of humor to entertain people with. But instead I got this kind of humor that's almost strictly referential. Meaning that it's really hard to be funny or entertaining to anyone that's new. But it's okay, I got a different way of being entertaining. Like being the kind of guy with the type of brain damage to play the most difficult possible games with a self-imposed handicap. Oh, that's not a new one, but you haven't done that one in a while and I wasn't ready. What does your Ash of War do? Actually, it's more like Mud Slap, isn't it? Oh, my Ash of War, it's this. It's the screen that increases my damage that I keep forgetting that I have. You could be Quinn69 and pay $10,000 in Diablo Immortal. What? Didn't that game, like, just release? Who would wail for a game like that? Everyone hates, well, at least hated the idea of it coming out. Why would that, what? Quinn has paid $10,300 and still has not gotten a level 5 gem. Oh, what the heck? I like your dry shtick. Keep at it, man. Thank you. I would figure that dry humor... Oh my frickin' god. I would figure that dry humor is one of those things that not very many people enjoy. I am panic rolling. That is correct. Because, like, if you've ever seen any modern-day rom-com, or, like, most American rom-coms, you'll notice that there's, like, never a dry moment. There's just no dry humor at all. And in a lot of cases, that just annoys the heck out of me. Because it just makes it... It makes the entire movie seem... Ouch. What's the word? I want to say stale, it's not quite it. Maybe that's it. I guess I'm getting bored of it, so I guess stale is right, is the right word. Seconded. Good to hear. But he's been average over 20,000 viewers per day, so he's probably making out ahead. Oh, okay. Jesus. Freaks and Geeks dying after one season is the epitome of dry humor not working. What is... I don't actually know what Freaks and Geeks is. I think you're good at making the stubbornness entertaining. Thank you. Strong has pretty thick skin not to ban me and Hotenjin. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't see what... I don't know. Hotenjin said some stuff before, but I've talked to him about it that, like, actually got under my skin. But you haven't said anything that legitimately bothers me. Ouch. I do worry that some others in the chat might get, like... What's the word? Bothered by some of the stuff that you guys say, though. Sometimes. Not all the time. But then I just kind of think, whatever. What's up, Hotenjin? Damn, waiting for my ban right here. Do your best. Not gonna touch you. So many stars were in that show. In Freaks and Geeks? What was it supposed to be about? Please tell me it's not supposed to be like another Big Bang Theory, which is what I get the feeling. Okay, that's cool. I'm really glad you didn't touch me. Rocks. What are you doing? Oh, it's this again. Whoa. Alright, so you're not that bad. Now that I've memorized your moveset, I still gotta worry a little bit about that move. Yeah, that one got me, because you did that later than I thought you would. That sucks. It was a 1999 show that centered around an early 80s clique of teenagers in various points of high school. James Franco, Seth Rogen, and Jason Segel were some of the show's main stars. Oh, damn. You never expect the pocket sand. I do, though. I just don't expect it when he delays throwing it. Like, I know by now. I know that Dale is gonna put his hand in his pocket and then just kind of throw some busted up rocks in my face, but that one time, he decided, no, I'm gonna wait a little bit. Maybe I won't need to throw it. Also, the Strive Season 2 patch notes ended up sucking. The game is dead for the next month or two until you know who gets released, and suddenly it will be alive for a month before people get tired of it. Oof. I saw some of the stuff. I saw, like, Lord Ratatosk and Gertlocker talking about it in the Discord, and I thought about saying something about it, but I didn't look through the whole patch notes yet. Oh, by the way, guys, I still haven't looked at the new footage, or the gameplay footage. Screw me. Screw me twice. I still haven't looked at the gameplay footage of Sonic Frontier like I meant to on stream, and it's been like a week, but I heard it was bad looking. Please don't let me forget at the end of today's stream to pull it up. Because I do want to farm that solid React content. It's not that horrible. I do expect it, except for when I don't expect it. Okay, alright, Zane. Damn, I thought the Strive update was gonna be good. It looked, or from some of the stuff that I heard from a different set of friends, it's like they did some things that made the lower tiers slightly more powerful, but they didn't exactly gut the higher tiers like Happy Chaos. They only made him slightly worse. So he's like playable. The best description I can give, if you've ever played Dota, is like the first time they nerfed techies. Okay, so you continue that if I'm close enough. So always back roll double slash. Okay, this isn't funny anymore, I'm running out of space. Oh! But I don't know, I'll probably go over the patch notes at the end of today's stream or something. I think it was a bit of an overreaction. To be a Sonic fan is to live in pain. Yeah. Truly. Truly it is. Are you cursed just as much as I? Double slash. Hand into the ground. Oh, so you changed that up based on distance. Put my hands in the ground, and we got rocks. Don't touch me. Rocks. More rocks. Ow. At least it didn't kill me. Okay, so if two of those from Rock Shotgun or Pocket Sand, I almost changed the name of it for no real reason. If two of those rocks hit me, then I die. But if only one of them hits me, then I'll be fine. The landscape just looks a bit empty. Oh, shoot. Basically, the mech fighters were buffed, but not enough, and the higher tiers weren't changed enough to be notable? Supposedly. That's what one person said. I don't actually know. I would have to look over it myself. At least you aren't a Star Fox fan. There are dozens of us. I was, and I want to say I still would be if more games like Star Fox Assault were released. But, you see, it's a Nintendo IP. We're gonna do that one thing that everybody liked way back when, and then we're never gonna do it again. Also, we're never gonna bring it to newer stuff. You're welcome. Don't worry, guys. No need to thank us. Oh, by the way, if you try to do it yourself, you're gonna get slapped with a really fat lawsuit. Damn it! That still touched me. It's super funny to me that the Sonic open world game literally looks like a fan-made blank Hire This Man game. But I mean, it's messed up that if the official one looks like that, it's messed up that there are a whole bunch of fan-made games that do what is likely as the same or a similar thing, and probably just better. Wake me up when we can travel to the 90s when Street Fighter was still respectable as it should. You mean like with Street Fighter 4? Or you mean with different games? Because I would still say that like Street Fighter 5 is respectable. Or in what sense do you mean when Street Fighter was respectable? I'm so glad those rocks did not touch me. At least Nintendo put out 2 decent Metroid games in the past couple of years. True. True. Now just wait 10 more years when those games are, you know, seen as great and then never come to a newer console ever again. Once Switch batteries start exploding like the PSP batteries, and then Nintendo decides to do nothing about the games that were on the Switch. Ooh, Why are there rocks everywhere I'm trying to stand? Damn it. Big rock. Hit him. Dodge. Double slash. Please do something I can punish. Like that. That was a poor decision, probably. Hey, can you back up? Too far. That would have been punishable. Okay, maybe I should just learn the pattern for double slash. The one that he only does based off proximity. They're gonna new Star Fox as soon as they make a new F-Zero. Right, dude. Now I'm the one in pain, not the Star Fox fans. I think he meant Star Fox, not Street Fighter. Oh, my bad. Because I mentioned Star Fox. Yeah, what Dank said. Oh, okay, though. That said, I think Testament might finally be able to execute his game plan, but I hate Gold Lewis changes. Wait, what happened to Gold Lewis? Whoever did those is high or... Alright, then. Let's try to avoid that word. It is actually a good reminder for anyone trying to collect electronics. For God's sake, take out any removable batteries. Yeah, please. Don't be like me and leave your frickin' PSP battery in your PSP for a good, like, 3 or 4 or 5 years, I don't know how long, and then look back on it when it's on your table and see that it's at a tilt, and then wonder why, and then realize you can never play another PSP game again. At least not on the official hardware. Oh, come on. Nintendo was lucky they made bank off of Wii/DS because the Wii U would have been bankrupt in 90s. Nintendo would have bankrupt 90s Nintendo. Really? Oh, wait, Wii U, not the Wii. Never mind. So as an outsider looking in, I feel bad for Sonic fans. You don't fully have to. I don't know. You gotta also think... You gotta think two things. One, the fan base is weird. But honestly, every fan base is weird. I guess it's just really apparent with Sonic fans. And then two, we do have so many fans that are so dedicated that they're willing to make their own actually good fan games. So... you know, there's that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Big one. And then I can hit that one. Big rocks. Swish. Okay. Tried to roll forward, didn't let me. Alright, so you have like 2 different double slashes, I think. I don't really know how to put that together. Because that one you didn't do the rest of the follow-up, but I was close enough to make sure that you did. Yeah, we people here at ArcSys office think Gold Lewis game plan should be executed from 6H, because that button is so important. What is this 6H again? I don't remember. Really hope they don't brand the Switch successor as Switch U. They are more than likely not going to. At least they're allowed to make fan games. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's what I mean. Like, at least Sega isn't gonna, you know, shotgun blast you in the face because you decided, hey, I like this series and I would like to try my own hand at making something similar or fun in the same kind of, or with the same kind of character, you know? It's kind of understandable that Nintendo will fight so hard for a lot of their IPs, screw me. Because it's like, for a lot of it, I'm pretty sure it's basically, hey, a lot of children like this series, and we don't want any children getting the wrong idea from a fan-made game, like thinking it's an official thing or something. So if that's the perspective from a lot of it, then I'm like, sure, fine, whatever. Because people will put whatever weird stuff they can in whatever games they feel like, because they're weird, because everyone's weird. I'm glad that didn't kill me. But, I will say it is a little bit messed up to... It must feel terrible to be one of the people that tries to make a fan game because you like the series, and then Nintendo just treats you like you're, you know, a trash human being for even so much as considering doing anything with something that they own. Switch 2 is memeable, but I think it's simple enough to work. Swing coffin forward. You never see it because it's bad. Oh. Oh, wait, you mean the thing where he spins around horizontally? I don't know, if they made that button better, then I mean... I would have to see what they did to that button. Nintendo kind of feels like the Disney of gaming. Gotta keep up that family-friendly, wholesome image while being a terrible corporation. Right. I don't know. I want to try to think of, like, the perspective of the company a lot of the time and why they might do what they do, even if it's anti-consumer, which a lot of people are like, that's stupid, why would you ever side with a corporation? But the way I think is like, hey, the corporation does some of these things for a reason. Whether or not it's a good reason is what I'm trying to find out. Like, I feel... Son of... I don't know what the deal is with a whole lot of the... like, not porting games to the PC thing is with Nintendo, or not providing older games to newer consoles is. Maybe it's just like... we don't need to, or maybe it's just part of the past or something. It's just some sort of weird mentality that they have, if I had to guess. Like, I want to say old people mentality, but that's not exactly right. That's not fair to old people, because there are some old people that are like, hey, new stuff is new. What's up, Munch and Lax? How you doing? Steve judging corporation based on what type of feet they have. Oh my freaking god. I can understand Nintendo's trademark stance. Yeah, not so much siding, but looking as to why the situation is what it is. Exactly. But, man, there are a couple of instances. There's a couple of conversations I had with some friends that are like, I'm trying to understand why the company did X or Y, but it just feels like I'm being called stupid for trying to think about what that company might be doing or why they might be doing it. Like, just because it's something that's anti-consumer and it's happening, it means that they're just the bad guy. Which is a mentality that I hate. Okay, I'm glad that did not touch me. Can you do an attack that I can punish, like that one? Thank you. I'm glad that did not touch me. Oh. I want to read chat, but I also don't want to mess this run up. What are we talking about? Nintendo feet? No, we're not talking about Nintendo feet. We're never talking about feet. It's not always about feet and breasts. All I ever hear from you, damn it, come on. Mainly don't like how people defend the honor of Nintendo even though they don't care for... Ah, shoot, hold up. Alright, we're good. Glad that didn't touch me. Even though I don't care for them as a fan that much. I'm wondering what Nintendo does care for is the thing. Like, because if they're not catering towards the older generation that liked their video games, and their newer stuff still has like a whole lot of love put into it, are they strictly aiming for like children to play their video games and only ever care about all that? Oh no.
become my blade once more.
Don't do it. Malekith the Black Blade. Well, I don't like this. Excuse me! Did you just judgment cut me? I love Nintendo, but they booty though. Like, I can't see geef criticism. Like, man, if nobody's bringing up the important discussions, I will. Yeah, I just wish more people could separate criticism of Nintendo from criticism of their games. Local May player getting bodied. Malekith the 6 hours blade? Okay. It's also about to get real. Hope you're ready, Strong. Maybe. But yeah, you can love the product and still hate the company. Definitely. But some make the debate that, like, buying the game while hating the company, here's a harmonica redeem, means that you're still supporting the bad habits of said company, which is in a way true. Ouch. At least I'm not dead. Now I'm dead. Like, there's a couple of friends of mine that won't play, like, League of Legends or Valorant. Or there's a friend that I'm thinking about that won't play League of Legends or Valorant because they just don't like what Riot does, even though they might enjoy, at the very least, Valorant. Probably not League of Legends. He was also going to play Project L when that comes out. Or, no, I say was also. He wasn't. He's not going to play Project L, but that's a game I feel as though he might want to try because he does like fighting games. My man's still cosplaying the 5th Ninja Turtle, 100 hours in. Yeah. The one with the anchor. The forgotten one. Personally, I don't like spending money on Nintendo stuff, but I don't want to stop people from buying their stuff if they want it. Yeah. Frick. Hey, can I get my frame rate back? That would be nice. I didn't get to dodge for some reason. I really thought I would be able to dodge. Maybe it's because I let go of the direction on my stick. I have no idea. I wonder if, in the coming years for Nintendo, when all the people that are in charge of everything involving preventing Nintendo IPs from getting ported to newer consoles or just straight to PC, if they'll ever get cycled out and then new people will, you know, do that very thing that I just said. Best frame stealer, man, the Malekith. A hard stuck blade dynamic duo. Oh, come on. Stop with the freaking pocket sand. Okay, you just didn't let me dodge that. Strong's just trying to be like video game donkey climbing to the top with May. Yikes. Man. I haven't seen a donkey video in forever. Used to watch a whole lot of his League of Legends videos because they were decently funny to me. Slash. Big slash. 2 slashes. Nope, nope, you're being weird again. You're being weird again. Do something stupid. Like that one. You get your frames back once you apologize for all the Nintendo slander. Damn. Keep them. Big shockwave. I'm glad that did not touch me. Words you're gonna hear a whole lot. Rocks. That. Alright, whatever. Like, try and be a Fire Emblem fan, I dare you. Ooh, I'm good. Nah. I tried? I did try. Banned the word I. Okay, that's cool. Thanks. Me tried, me did try. But... what was the last one me play? Awakening? That was it. No. No, it was... frickin'... the dude with the dragon. The dude who was a dragon. Bates? That was it. I got bored. Ah, well, there it is. I gotta do 10 push-ups now. Pain. Double pain. And it's dead. Alright, give me a minute. Let me do those 10 push-ups. Can't believe you've done this to me. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There you go. Was Malekith the one that will have Strong come crawling back to level vigor? What do you mean crawling back? That would imply that I was there in the first place. I still think Nintendo has a decent thing going with the Wii and Wii U's Virtual Console, though the latter kind of showed to me that their intentions were to try and squeeze more money out of people. Oof. FE 3 Houses was amazing. I beat Fate's Conquest on hard. Bow before me. Congrats, dude. Wii U's eShop store is really good. System is my go-to for retro, really. Gotta weaken those hands. What? Why? How can we even tell he's doing push-ups with that angle? You can't. You just gotta trust me. Where were we? What was the last thing? Oh, right. Fire Emblem. Being a Fire Emblem fan. I've tried to get into Fire Emblem. I played the Game Boy one. Don't remember, like, the Game Boy Advance one. I played Awakening, and I played Fates. And I got, like, the furthest I got in any of them was to the boat mission in Awakening, and then I just got hard stuck because I couldn't complete the mission, and I was not interested in the gameplay enough to make me want to continue bashing my head against the wall for that. So it's just, I don't know. I wasn't interested enough in the story, and I was just never interested in the gameplay in the first place. Even though it is a more interesting type of turn-based than something like Final Fantasy. I just don't like it. Don't really know why. Oh, come on, you dick. Rocks. Whoa. Oh, don't body me. Oh, come on. Like the Awakening plot, Fates I bore quit. 3 houses I beat once. And 0 interest in playing it again. I trust Streamer Man because I reformed? Right. Right. Same guy who said Malekith the 6 Hours Blade. Trust the Streamer Man. Strong, do you like Persona? Fire Emblem 3 Houses would be up your alley. Persona story or Persona gameplay? That's the thing. Because I would say that I haven't been too interested in Persona story since Persona 3. At least not majorly. Gameplay-wise, it's alright. Gameplay-wise, I view it the same way as Final Fantasy. I'm on top of a rock, it's fine. Rapukin. I almost dodged that incorrectly. Please don't do this to me. Alright, we're good. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. More of a Metroid guy. Wait, for what? For like the kinds of games from Nintendo that you like, or I'm also a realist. This boss is rough. Oh no. 3 Houses has the school setting with lots of characters to develop relationships with. Battles are similar to Awakening / Fates, but more forgiving. I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for like a school life kind of game. Not usually. I'm looking for something that is interesting story-wise, but it doesn't have to be related to, say, going through school again. I don't really... I cared for that setting in high school, believe it or not. I don't care for it now. It's kind of whatever. I think Persona stories worked a lot better for me when I actually was a teenager. Yeah, you see... It's just not as interesting to me now, I guess. Because I guess in that time, when I was in high school, I was like, damn, I kind of want an interesting high school life like these kids in this video game because they have a cool, interesting high school life. And then, eventually I was like, high school sucked dick. Even if I had all this cool stuff, I would just be stressed out of my mind. Because now on top of managing schoolwork, I have to make sure that the world doesn't explode or something like that. Like, And I'm risking my life for it, too. Or, like, all of this makes me think of that one episode of Code Lyoko, where, like, you know the one dude who found out about what they were doing in the world, whatever the hell it was called, I don't remember. And he's like, hey, I want to be part of your game. And they're all like, dude, it's not a game. You can die here. You can and will die here. And then he's like, nah, I got it. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. And then they send him to the hardest world where you can only exist in there for 10 minutes or else you get trapped forever. And then the dude dies. Then he just dies, gets mind flayed by one of those brains in a jar with tentacles. Like, he's gone forever, just like that. Dude died. Code Lyoko was messed up. What's up, Big Broso? Opie's plot? You right. You right. I like Senran Kagura for the plot, quote StrongmanSteven. Fair dude. The man playing a Souls game is saying he only wants to play games for plot. Yes. Well, not only, but... it's a big portion. There's a lot of plot in these games. What do you mean? What the heck? Dude said I'm built different? Basically said I'm built different. Like, the thing is, it's messed up because he's like, if you don't let me join you guys, I'm gonna snitch and just tell everybody in the school or wherever the hell that you're doing all of this, that you're fighting Xana, and this whole thing needs to be kept secret because I don't remember the reason why, but so they're like, okay, well, I guess we have to let him in. And then they let him in and he just doesn't understand. He doesn't get it and he dies. I'm not even sure if anybody noticed or anything. Oh, come on. Oh wait, I think they didn't notice? Because I know that, like, whatever they do in that world affects time. I think they just basically wiped everybody's memory about it. Because it's basically like, Xana does something to a tower in one of the worlds, some bad stuff goes down, and somebody probably just dies, and then they do whatever they need to that tower and it reverses time and fixes whatever the hell went wrong. But I think with him dying, they did something to make sure that nobody noticed that he died. I could be wrong. I'm kind of talking out of my ass. I don't know what you do at all. This is the explosion move. Okay. Okay. So you got... I didn't know you would shoot two. I did not think you would shoot two. Gets a good 10 shows. I think there were 3, in fact. Ring gone, must kill Elden Ring's lore or something. Exactly. There you go. IMO video game plots, as a bare minimum, need to give me enough motivation to play the game and don't really need to specifically be a well-written story. That's understandable. As long as it makes sense and isn't explicitly bad, it works. Yeah, I can agree with that. Ouch. So not Kingdom Hearts 3. Hey, okay, Kingdom Hearts 3, the gameplay makes up for the story, if you ask me. But Alright, dude. But I might be a weirdo. Because personally, Kingdom Hearts 3 is my favorite, but a lot of people hate it. I can definitely see why with the story everyone would dislike it, because it is a little bit question marks in a lot of the places in KH3. So much so that they needed an entire DLC to fill in the weird blanks that were left behind by what happened. But gameplay-wise, I had the most fun out of any Kingdom Hearts game that I had. So much so that, in fact, last night I went back to fight some of the Data Org bosses because I enjoy them that much. That's what I sometimes do when I'm just bored and don't really have anything that I feel like I want to do after I stream. I play Kingdom Hearts 3. For Puka. Like, I think Yakuza has pretty stupid writing for main story beats, but the ideas slash vibes they give off work well. Oh, definitely. Well, let's see. The first game, I think, had a really solid plotline to it. The second game, that just made me angry, and I didn't like it. I hated it, in fact. The third game was boring and forgettable, and the fourth one, I think it was good. I don't really know how to describe it. It was at the very least entertaining. So it might not have been good. There's a whole lot of weird stuff going on that didn't fully make sense if you think about it. Well, I guess it made sense. It just... I guess it left me wondering why this was happening, or what some characters' motivations were in some aspects. Or more, I guess it made me think this is ridiculous and this has happened like 8 times already, please stop. But I still like watching it go down in some aspects. I haven't played Yakuza 5 or 6 or 0 yet, or Like a Dragon. That was way too early. I don't know why I dodged there. This move punishable? Maybe I should try punishing it. I'm too scared. Oh, come on. Alright, I still need to play Kingdom Hearts. Lol. Yakuza 4 had Yasuko Saejima, and she's the prime example of how bad the writing can get. Right. It's like anytime there's a woman written into the story, it's just like a big question mark on what's going on. Like, what are you even doing? Which is kind of sad. Except for the first game, though, which is... It's crazy to me. Like, they got it right once, and then never again, is what it seems. Oh, come on. Please, dude. I don't know if Yakuza 0 has any better writing with women. Glad I did not back up the direction I wanted to, because there was a rock that showed up behind me. Yakuza 5 does IMO. Good to hear. Need to remember that this is a thing. I don't understand why he did double swing. Wonder when I'll start a Yakuza 5. I was thinking about maybe... I have no idea. What's up, Girl Locker? Oh man, how far have you gotten into the fight, Man of Strong? I've gotten to phase 2, but I've died at almost at the beginning of phase 2 every time. Done it only twice, though. What was I gonna say? I don't know when I'm gonna get to Yakuza 5. I have no idea at all, because I don't really know... I've been thinking about changing around the schedule a little bit, and then doing like half of one game at the beginning of a stream, and then half of one game at a different halfway point for a stream, but I'm just not really sure what. I'm not really sure what games I want to play. I was gonna probably switch over to doing that schedule once I'm done with most, if not all, of the games that I'm currently doing. But I don't really know. Yakuza 5, more like RE5. Oh my god. Stop munching, Lex. It's too much copium. It's not healthy. I never knew Hideo Kojima wrote for Yakuza. Reply terrible, not reply. RE terrible female characters. Are they really that bad in, I assume, Metal Gear and Death Stranding? Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure because I didn't want to spoil it. Gotcha. Getting to phase 2 is harder than it should be for me. Death Stranding would be a great game for you to stream. I intended to play it after this. The thing is, I know that it's a whole lot of walking. So what I'm afraid of is that I'm just gonna, like, be silent. Because I don't know how to actually do... Like, you know, it's hard for me to be entertaining unless there are people around, because I end up just being silent. So unless somebody's actively conversing with me in chat, it's just, you might as well just be looking at raw gameplay footage. A long play of whatever video game is being streamed at the time. With a JPEG in the corner. Maybe GIF would be better. Oh, okay. I did not think that would... Oh, no. Stop it. Nice rock. Oh, there's plenty of things going on. Yeah, like bottling your piss into grenades? What the heck? Got a really strong beginning and a fantastic finish. What's up, Moose? I think I would be absent for any and all of Death Stranding streams. Why is that? I find that game kinda boring, question mark. Ah. But then you would miss out on all the cool conversations we get to have on this stream. You know. Like, yeah. You dick! God damn it! Why are you so inconsistent with when you're throwing the rocks at me? Sometimes it's lightning speed, sometimes you decide to wait 10 years. I don't get it. I don't freaking get it, man. It would be some solid content to watch Strong collecting his urine and blood to throw at people. That's disgusting. That is absolutely nasty. What the hell? I didn't know it was that kind of game. And his poop. Oh, it gets worse. Only Kojima I need is revengeance. For me, like to stream revengeance, I don't intend to play revengeance until after I play the mainline Metal Gear titles. Come on. Why did you do that? It's because of the distance. I miss out on seeing all of Kojima's friends get cameos, such as Conan O'Brien. What the heck? Dude, anytime I think about Conan, I think about the one frickin' advertisement he made for Persona 5. He's out here saying he'd prefer Yahtzee. If you guys remember that one. That was years ago, though. It is a unique game. It prepares you for married/parental life to collect bodily fluids. Huh? Insert something about the endless line of games. Yeah, the endless line of games. I'm sorry that I cannot play every video game that has ever existed at once. Too far. Come on! When's the part where I fling you off the edge, or you jump off the edge yourself? That's not good. You somehow did not hit me. Rocks. Streamer not bending space-time to play game I like. Mad face. Exactly. It's a Strand game. Haven't you heard of those? Is this a meme? The hell's a Strand game? Not gonna lie, this boss has me terrified right now. Help. This is the judgment cut. Oh, I don't know how to deal with that move. I can confirm that is what it is like. I think Strong will get to at least death 2700 on this boss alone. Oh, boy. We're an hour in and we've got maybe 45 seconds total on phase 2. 47 seconds now. So it's gonna be the whole stream, by the way. What the heck do you... What? No, it's fine. It's fine. I got it. It's not gonna be the whole ass stream, I'm sure. Okay, that's cool. Alright. Is that freaking... Is it Hornet on copium? Oh my god. Why does that exist? It very much is. I mean, we said it about Godskin Duo, and somehow he pulled that out of his ass. See? Steven is not toxic to say it will take entire stream, it's just the reality. Toxic. Strong the kind of man to smash his head into a brick wall and expect the wall to break at some point. Hey, it will! It's happened every time before. What's gonna change this time? My head's still made of the same material as before. Solid Nintendium. Impossible to break. Ouch. Silk Song will come out this year, just watch, etc. How long has Silk Song been in development? It's been so long since I did, like, everything in Hollow Knight 1. I've been waiting for Silk Song for such a long time. This ain't going to be the whole-ass stream. A whole-ass stream later. Okay, thanks, SpongeBob announcer. So much later that the old narrator got tired, and they had to hire a new one. They really had that guy in for one episode, huh? Ouch. Didn't dodge. Silk Song announcement trailer was 3 years ago now. Oh my god. Damn, we got people out here pestering Yandere dev, but the Silk Song devs, the Hollow Knight devs, are doing the same thing, not getting anything about it. What the heck, dude? Come on. Showing the type of gentleman to not take a woman to bed without investigating her family tree so he can understand the plot. What? My theory with Silk Song is that they won't ever announce a date. One day they'll just go, hey guys, it's done now, and put it on Steam. Oh, probably. Article today, Hollow Knight Silk Song world premiere. Seemingly teased for Summer Game Fest. I made a mistake. It's fine. I'm not dead. Sure, I'll drink. Swish. Hit him. Hit him. Yeah, but Yandere Dev is meme bound for being more than just a slow developer. I guess. I don't think that makes it okay, though, but... I can understand the Silk Song devs for staying silent. I've seen a few examples over the years of companies failing to manage expectations with their trailers and announcements. Cough, Cyberpunk. Yeah, I was gonna do the exact same thing, like, verbatim. I was gonna say cough, cough, Cyberpunk. The Yandere Sim is still a thing, what the hell? Yeah... You mean like he's still developing it, or you mean like... Or are you surprised that he's still developing it, or... Are you mad at us for getting on his case? Or other people for getting on his case? I don't think he ever said he was gonna stop, in general. come on, dude, with the rocks. I don't know why I picked that up. Should have dodged forward. Come on. There we go. There we go. Yeah, phase 2. Malekith, the African-American blade. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh my god, you can jump off of walls. I didn't think that that would be a thing you could do. I really did not. I'm the only one who thinks Yandere Simulator is a dumb game concept and I'd never want to play it no matter how good it was. I don't know, maybe. Never got the idea to begin with. The entire thing was just a poorly made asset flip, wasn't it? I have no idea. From my understanding, it was supposed to be like a weird Hitman clone. Question mark. I think so, basically. It's like a game stylized in Hitman's... I guess it was just basically Hitman-esque gameplay, but with anime girl that really likes this one guy. Or maybe multiple guys, who knows. Don't ask, really don't ask me. I would not be able to tell you. Ouch. Oh, I'm in the... I got the wrong... that's psych. That's the wrong flask. Damn it. Stalker Simulator 2022, basically. I don't know about it being an asset flip, but yeah, it sure is poorly made, and Yandere Dev can't take criticism to save his life. Right. From what I've heard. Remember when someone made a rip-off game of Yandere Sim that was better made in less time? I wouldn't say that you can... I don't think the it's better made thing is viable when Yandere Simulator isn't, like, fully released yet, but... Because we don't know the final product. But at the same time, at least the other one released. I remember watching a video or two back in the day, and he tried to hire a programmer. Said programmer wanted to remake parts of his code, then he fired him immediately. This is years ago, so could be incorrect. What the heck? I don't want to, like, turn this into just bashing Yandere Dev for what he's been trying to do. But I, like, also want to say... I remember there was an instance of seeing his... I think he made like a Twitter post of, I wish there was an easier way to do this, and then it's just a line of, or a bunch of lines of code of him trying to do something specific, but he could have easily have done something else that would have made his life a lot better, and it would have taken 2 seconds. Yeah, he had a giant switch statement, that's what it was. I don't know anything about coding, but something like that. So it's just a Reddit post made into a game? I guess so. Still waiting for that scientifically accurate dragon MMO. Wait, what? Ouch. I almost got hit by that. Come on. Ah! If we see someone building a house and you notice they hammer in screws instead of nails, I think you can make a good guess as to what the final quality of the structure will be. I guess so. In computer programming languages, a switch statement is a type of selection control mechanism used to allow the value of a variable or expression to change the control flow of program execution via search and map. Okay. I can kind of put together what that means, but only so much from someone that's never touched programming at all in his life. Work harder, not smarter, quote Yandere did. Been in development for like 5 years now, question mark? I think it's been longer. It might have been. No. Maybe. I think I remember hearing something about it in high school. I graduated high school 2016. So, might be a little bit longer. Ouch. I get it, he doesn't get it. Okay, maybe I should save barrier for phase 2. I'm saving barrier for phase 2. All you need to know is that this example Yandere dev... All you need to know is, in this example, Yandere dev overcomplicated something he could have done in a few lines. Oh, okay. And then when people told him he's doing it wrong, he, like, overreacted about it, right? Or did people overreact about it? Or did he overreact about it? I don't really know. I don't follow the dude. And I don't want to just parrot what everyone else says. Hey, remember when I said I was going to save the barrier for phase 2? I want to just parrot what the internet says about the dude. Because that's not right. Rocks. Oh, no, 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 no. Alright. Glad that did not touch me. And Gargle's penis. Is that all you can do? Throw rocks? God damn it. I just want to get past... Okay, I'm like believing you guys on this taking the entire stream because I can't find any patterns in phase 2. It's an entirely different boss fight. Like, It's too much. It's too much. I also... It's also very easy to mock someone when you don't know how hard programming can be. I've only taken 3 years of a computer science college course and never did anything too complicated, and I can already say programming is much harder than most people think it is. Oh, shoot. Not to defend Yandere Dev, I think if you're going to put stuff out on the internet, you have to be ready for criticism. Right. Someone who has published no less than 2 TI 83 plus calculator games. Programming is very easy. I feel like that depends on who you are. Heavily. Yeah, he definitely got a lot of crap, but unfortunately he didn't handle it very well. Right. Like, the thing that I've said before is, like, I kind of wish that the internet would just leave him alone. Because it's like, you can only do... Like, sure, someone messed up. And in his case, he probably messed up majorly, involving the development of this video game that he promised like 5 years ago. But how much crap can you give this guy? How much does he deserve, basically, is what I'm saying. How much do you think is acceptable? And it just seems as though the internet thinks it's acceptable to just repeatedly bash on him for things that are nonsense. But at the same time, I've heard some stuff about, like, him doing weird stuff with the money that he gets for programming the game. So it's like, it's really hard to keep him justified or in the light, or to say, hey, you can be forgiven for X or Y, when you make questionable decisions like the ones that I've heard he's done. Ouch. Oh man, I can't wait for him to get to M. I don't think I'm gonna get to M, according to everyone in my chat. Haha, add maybe a half Mississippi to the phase 2 total time. Mm-hmm. He thinks he will beat him in this stream, Keck W Copium. I mean, other people did what he did, but better, and the best thing he did is say, stop working on your project or I'll kill myself. Oh, okay then. Leave Yandere alone, quote StrongmanSteven. Leave Brittany alone, guys. Leave Brittany alone. He needs to put on mascara and have a blanket over his head? Bruh. Leave that guy alone. How about that one? I don't want to remember that he exists. Ouch. Damn it, Beast Clergyman. Is there anything else I can... Alright, hold on. My anchor's fully upgraded. My armor is as good as it's gonna be. Kind of. I can wear better armor, but I don't really want to. Kind of like this stuff. Plus, I want to get to light rolling at some point, since I am upgrading endurance. I'm not gonna farm souls. Nah, I just need to learn phase 2. That's all I need. I just need to learn phase 2, and then it's fine. The only thing you could do now is level other stats for damage boosts. Nah. What damage boost would I even get? This weapon doesn't scale with anything other than strength, because I made it so. Big rock. I wonder if you always do that. If you step to the side and then fling rocks at me, will you always... Not fling rocks. If you step to the side and then stab at me, will you always fling rocks afterwards? Because if you do, then that means that that's punishable. Stab. Fling rocks. Now I can hit you. Okay. Fling rocks. Now I can't. I don't know where I am. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. Rocks. Oh, God hates me. I guess you won't always fling rocks. But I just need to look for it. You def need to do some more PvP. Yeah? So I can die in 2 hits? It's fine. I won the first instance of PvP and that's all that matters. You want to do more damage, level dex, and put quality scaling on it? Proceed to do the exact same damage you do now. Oh, okay. Cool. That's great. That's exactly what I'm looking for. What's up, Psionic? You glad I did not get hit? I was fully convinced I was going to. Good morning, Starshine. The Earth says hello. The heck is this? Why are you so happy-go-lucky? Ah! Whiff punished. Even in this game, I can't escape it. This is why I don't play Street Fighter. I wish I knew how to whiff punish. Dang, did I hear a dying seal? Yeah. Bro, I'm trying to dodge out of that, and it just never lets me. It just never lets me. It's okay, Strong. Just Totogeki be the best Ken player with your Mitsuru skills in this delay-based game against this Nago player. Right, dude. What's up, Violet Bolster? That tornado is ominous AF. There's like 20 tornadoes in here. Is it Fatalis in disguise? There was a... Huh. There was a Fatalis-like dragon earlier. There were 2. Funny enough, they were all on the streams that you weren't here for. I could probably go back and show it to you, but I don't want to walk back over there. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Out of curiosity, Steven, did you decide to not level Vigor before you started, or was that a decision made partway into the game? It was a decision made partway into the game. Because earlier on, I'm like, I don't really need health. I know that I don't need health, so I'm gonna go for damage. And then as we progressed, people are like, you shouldn't upgrade, or you shouldn't ignore Vigor. And then I said, but I kind of wanna. And then some people said, You can't ignore vigor, and then I said, okay, now I'm going to do it. Plus, I'm the kind of guy that likes instances of, like, what do you call it? I'm the kind of guy that likes having a low margin for error. Honestly, though, I don't think I would have done all this with the vigor stuff if I didn't have the bubble. Like, if that wasn't a wondrous physique, then I don't think I could do this at all, because it would take too long to actually examine a boss pattern. That's great. Can you stop throwing rocks? Swish. Hit him. Rocks. Swish. Hit him. Low frame rate. You must say Totsugeki for 3 attempts for every anchor swing. Damn it. Oh man, what am I doing? God, I ask humanity that every day. Oh, man. Hey, so this is gonna sound like it's come out of nowhere. What do you guys think about the Valley Girl accent? A lot of people hate it. From those that I have asked, but I think, but I like it. I think I'm just strange. Man, that's truly out of nowhere. Yeah, I know. The reason I ask is because I was thinking about Skullgirls, and in Skullgirls, a character named Painwheel has a voice pack where she sounds like a Valley Girl. You trying to get out of Totsugeki? No, I'm forgetting entirely that I have to say Totsugeki. Ouch. Not dead. Totsugeki. Don't touch me. Ooh, the immaculate spacing. Want to give Steven my save file and see how he does with my character? Instantaneous win on every single boss, I'm sure. I could first try every one of them. I've never encountered anyone with it IRL, so I don't have an opinion. Oh, okay. Seed's the type of dude to hear, you can't live without food, and then attempt to learn photosynthesis. I don't know, I have no strong opinions on it. I do not talk to Valley Girl accent girls. I have the no accent, because Malaysians here don't understand my accent. Okay then. Steve the kind of dude to say he's gonna nut and proceed to bring out a bag of nuts because he was born innocent. That's funny as heck. Pukin. Okay, that's cool. I don't even know what the Valley Girl accent is. It's like the, oh my god, you really did that? I can't believe you did that kind of accent. Didn't do it very well, but I can give a better sentence. Hang on. Ahem, Totsugeki, sir. My bad. Okay, I'm focusing on the Valley Girl thing. Please don't do that again.
Part with it again.
Oh my god. I can't believe Moose doesn't like my Valley Girl accent. I'm gonna cry. I muted you, by the way. I paid over 4,000 money for this. I want it back. Okay, hold up. I got you. Oh, I guess it can be annoying. I don't know. Usually I don't care super much about accents. Haven't encountered it. Valley Girl Stacy. Right. Right. I don't know. I hear it and I'm like, I don't know why I like this. I think I like it because it's annoying. God dang it. Oh, Totsugeki, right. Don't touch me. Totsugeki. You're touching me and you kill me.
Part with it again.
At least I got 2 Totsugekis there. At least you did. Don't worry, this one's gonna be real. I'm not gonna forget this time. I promise. I promise. Don't worry. Rocks. Gonna do that. Just double swish. Totsugeki. Rocks. Rocks. Totsugeki. Help me. Never mind. Totsugeki. Totsugeki yet again. Ah, I'm sad. Totsugeki. Assistance. Don't need it, never mind. Totsugeki. Ouch. Ooh. Ouch. Ouch. Totsugeki lets the hit. Where's your emphasis? It's not here. All of my emphasis was in my Valley Girl accent. And that's long gone. And even then, I did it wrong. I'm sure I can do it better, but I'm too self-conscious to do it fully. Therefore, I make it worse. I know that sounds stupid, but that's what it is. It's a very sleepy May. There you go. Hit him. Whoa. Swish. Hit him. Ow. Ow. Hit him. Don't do it. Moose, you still got me muted? Okay, so if you're gonna do sidestep slash, or sidestep stat, then you'll delay for double swipe, but you won't delay for rock throw. Why does this have to be two bosses? Why does this have to be two bosses rolled into one room? Good old rock, nothing beats that. Post the old man. Is that one of the Muppets, by the way? I never actually remembered what that old man was from. I know that's an ATP emote, but I don't remember what it was from. Pocket Sand always beats strong. It's not always, what do you mean? More often than not, I'm winning against Pocket Sand. Stalter and Waldorf. Right. Right. I don't know anything about the Muppets, dude. It's been so long. That's cool. Oh, that's cool. Maybe I should just fight the Tree Sentinel. Rocks. Maybe I should just fight the Tree Sentinel so I can put the barrier on me before I enter the room. You can use the column to exploit his line of sight. I could. No, I'm just gonna, honestly, I'm gonna save the barrier for phase 2. I'm gonna save barrier for phase 2 because I know that I can get through phase 1 without it. Oh, I just remembered something. So you know how Salt and Sanctuary got a sequel? Do people like it? What was it called? Salt and Salvation? Save the barrier for phase 2. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. Nothing's gonna go wrong. Because this is gonna be the perfect run. Damn it! Can easily save the barrier for phase 2 copium. It's not copium! It's not copium. Example of a Stalter and Waldorf joke. They call that a medium boss fight. A medium boss fight, yeah, because it wasn't rare, and it certainly wasn't well done. Wow. Okay, ouch. Dale Gribble strikes again. We honestly need strong copium emote as a follower emote so we can spam it every stream. Reject copium, embrace hopium. I'll see what I can do about a copium emote. Because I don't think I can draw that myself. So I'll ask one of my artist friends to work for me for free yet again. And then wonder why they hate me. Final Rapukin. Ouch. They don't hate you, they just don't like you, right? Just pay some artist on Fiverr to draw it? I could do that. Could hire that guy that spams your chat every week to draw the copium emote. It wasn't every week, it was only twice. They just don't like you, that's all. Said you would fight Tree Sentinel? I didn't say I would do it, I said I probably should. But we all know if I say I should do something, it means I'm not gonna do it. Oh my god, I couldn't roll again. It's not that they hate you specifically, they just have an unyielding and burning vitriol for you and your bloodline. Much better to not be specifically hatred, right? Definitely. Definitely. Oh, that's fine. Screw me, dude. How long has it been? Feels like half the day's rolled by, and I haven't made any progress, because I haven't made any progress. Why did you do that? As someone who's reformed, I believe. Gotcha. I believe Strong can do this. Thank you. You see, now this one doesn't seem sarcastic, because there's no smiley face yet. Your next line is smiley face. Don't touch me. Rocks. That missed. Don't do it to me. Good. If I didn't back roll, I would have been fine. But I back rolled and I wasn't fine. I wonder if I even get the opportunity to use the other flask in his phase 2. I'm not sure I will. Strong will beat Malekith in the next 2 hours. Okay, now that's copium. Okay. Okay. I can't use the barrier at the beginning of the fight. That one, that just seems like what I shouldn't do. Because if I do, he's gonna get too close and I'm not gonna have that much space. And if he does double slash, then I'm either backing myself into a wall where I won't be able to see what he's doing, or I am just getting hit. So, I just have to hope to God that everything goes my way. When I get closer. wonder if it would be better to hit him with a heavy there. I would appreciate it if you stopped. Here's a heavy. So I can hit him with a heavy for that, and it will work. That's really great. Why have you done it 3 times in a row? Whoa. I'll do that one again. No, that's why I don't use R2. I forgot. It's freaking barbaric roar. Barbaric roar. Wait, that probably means that I can just get 2 normal swings for that then. Why are you walking so slow? Come on, pick it up. Hit him. Hit him. Please, dude. With the rocks that are off screen. That's the only reason I don't like that attack, because the rocks are off screen. You do you, Tree Sentinel. I got better things to do. Yeah, I can't get 2 there. If I try for 2, I'm gonna die. You did it. Why are you inconsistent with that? I'm next to you. Do the follow-up for the double slash. Don't touch me. Alright, good. Rocks. Rock. Rocks. Rapukin. Come on. Oh, now you'll do the follow-ups. Okay. Rocks. Rocks. Big rock.
Part with it.
Pocket Sandman, Steven. Wish I was the Sandman. And I could put this boss to bed. PvP or Tree Sentinel? Oh, the choices. Why would I PvP though? What would I get from PvP? There's nothing. I don't even get that many runes for it. And the Tree Sentinel, all I would get from killing him is him to not show up anymore. You go left already? Yeah. And fought, what's his name? Renal. Okay, that's cool. Big rock. More rocks. Swish. I didn't get to dodge. I'm getting worse. I'm starting to play less efficiently. That's crazy. Who could have ever foreseen something like this coming? Played better when you said Totsugeki. I played better when I wasn't focused on the game. But now I'm thinking too much. Oh, oh, I thought I died.
Part with it. Again.
I thought I died. Isn't it funny you thought you died but you didn't, but then you did die? Yeah, hilarious. My god, Malaysian ads are so cringe, sending shivers down my spine. What? What did you get an ad for, and what makes it so cringe? Is it like the format of the ad, or is it the thing being advertised? Also, wait, are you getting random ads from my stream? Because I thought I disabled those. Ouch. That's life in a nutshell. Right. Can't wait until Strong has to face off against Macho Man Randy Savage. He's in this game? They really got the Macho Man Randy Savage for this game? That's insane. I can't believe they did that. We'll have to do that in heaven. It's Twitch, because Twitch is a goddamn liar when they say stick around to support your streamer. I mean, it's not a lie, but... I do get some money from, ads being played, but it's, like, not an amount that matters, usually. At least I think it might be based on viewer count. So if I have more viewers and the more of them that actually look at the ad, the more money I would get for that ad being played, but, you know, small-time streamer. Help! Never mind, don't help. I don't need it. Don't ever need help. I never need help from anyone, ever. I've never needed help in my life. Steven, do you stream full-time? So, like... Yes and no, screw me. I don't match the hours for a full-time job, but it is the only thing that I do. Like, let's see, 6 multiplied by 5, 30 plus 4, 34 hours. I stream total in a week. Thought maybe you worked nights or something? No. I've thought about it a couple of times, but at the same time I also think, like, that would kill me. Because streaming, as much as I do enjoy this, it does take a lot out of me. Like, after I'm done streaming, I feel like I need to just pass out in my bed, and that's usually what I do. Oh, they used a hologram? Who used a hologram? Damn, son, that's a lot. Yeah. That's a lot of time spent on nothing. I've been doing this for, like, it's getting nearing to 3 years now, and a lot of the time I end up wondering why. I end up wondering why I decided to do this. With a chat like this, I'd be exhausted too. Exactly. Ouch. What's the most common post-stream food? Tuna. Because it beats a regular job? Well, sure, but like this isn't... At the rate that this is going, it's not like a reasonable thing that I can keep going, keep doing. It's... Eventually this would have to change. Like, the only reason I can do this is because, my mother is really cool about it, and she's like, chase your dream, and I guess this is... Making this into a sustainable thing is... I guess what I... Not I guess, it is what I want to do. Because I really enjoy talking with all of you and whatnot, and playing video games and the whole 9 yards. So I'm giving it a try to hope to see if I can be one of the people that can do this and not have to do anything else. But because of the past 3 years being, I guess you could say, as slow as they were, it also makes me think, like, maybe this is an unreasonable ask, and maybe I've just wasted 3 years doing essentially nothing. But at the same time, I also end up thinking, like, would I be happier if I had a traditional job? Because I think when I did have traditional jobs, it's like, I worked at Subway and I hated almost every day. I worked at a school and I didn't hate every day, but I felt like I was doing my job wrong, kind of. And then, what was the other one? I worked at a sandwich shop in a hospital, but I didn't get paid for that, and that was only 3 days. What's up? Oh, that was neat. How you doing? But yeah, I think like, would I be happier? I would be making more money, and I would be able to do like whatever the hell else. But at the same time, I'm also like, if I'm hating waking up every day, and then the small bit of reprieve that I get is, you know, after I'm done working, I get to do whatever the hell, but I usually just end up passing out. Either that or talking to my friends for an hour and a half, maybe 2, and then passing out anyway. Is that that much better? Basically. An interesting question. Tuna's good. Tuna as in sushi or canned tuna? Like canned tuna on a sandwich, on a sub. It's like a Publix sub, if you know about Publix. Oh, we're at 8 viewers already. Oh boy! All-time freaking high. Sounded really sarcastic and kind of mean in a way, but not really. That's not what I meant. Trust me, I didn't mean anything offensive by this. Please, I would like to just hit you. Ouch. I've always thought streaming was like trying to get into movies in LA. It's such a crowded field and only less than 1% make any sort of money. Yeah, it kind of is. I'll get into that in a second after I catch up with chat. I'm chilling, man. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It would be easier if you had big boobies. Yeah, I've thought about that a couple of times. Not getting boobs, but if I were born with big boobs, how much easier would this be? As long as I'm still me, I think I would be able to retain a decent viewer base, because I would be the hopefully entertaining guy that I am, and I would have boobs. That would be great. But I don't, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Yeah, popping off and streaming is like, you can do everything right for years and still fail. It's a luck and connection game on top of being good at it. Yeah. Well, I don't believe it's fully luck, is the thing. Because I guess I believe that as long as you're entertaining enough, or, shoot, the right kind of streamer, then enough people will be attracted to you one way or another. Thank you for the subscription, Big Broso, with Twitch Prime. If enough people see you and think that you're funny and then link you to other people, then, like, that's not necessarily luck, that's you being entertaining and good about what you do, so much so that other people are willing to spread the word. But then again, word of mouth, popularity by word of mouth can only really get you so far, more often than not. So, public subs are like ambrosia for the gods. Strong confirms he's transitioning. That is not what I said. Strong woman Stephanie. Oh my god. It's not fully luck, but it's a component of it. The luck comes from getting the exposure onto you. Yeah. Yeah. I donate to big boobs, Stephanie. Bruh. Frickin' god, I'm just running in to die, dude. I'm just inting now. I'm just inting. I'm intentionally feeding. Can't wait for the girl boss arc. Right, dude. I already gaslight people. I gatekeep some. That's the last on the checklist. Mids feeding. The thing you said earlier, Dankwater, about like it's a field that a whole bunch of people are a part of, and then a small margin of people are actually able to make it like decent. I guess I view that as like a decent bit of career paths. Well, there's probably things that are definitely more sure. Like I'm sure what you've done involving your career path is definitely a lot more stable, even if you're on the lower end of it. But I don't know, like, I guess even though I knew that the possibility is low, I just felt like trying it anyway. Because personally, I don't believe that a low chance means that it's just not going to happen. Because my mentality around doing something like this is, it can't work if I never actually give it a try, you know? If I don't keep working at it. The thing that might be weird or bad, though, is that, ouch, is that I've decided to make sure that it's the only thing that I'm doing, on top of the fact that I've spent so long doing it. So much time. Yeah, I think luck is a huge component of it. The algorithm doesn't care if you're unique. Gaslight, gatekept, girl boss. To be honest, that'd be fine. That'd be fire merch in that stupid live, laugh, love cursive writing style. Wait, what would be good merch? To play devil's advocate, have you considered that it's the sunk cost fallacy talking about doing it for 3 years? Not exactly. Like, the only reason that I'm doing it is because I've been doing it too long, or for so long? No. Gaslight, gatekept, girl boss. Oh, that would be a good... Okay, I see. The polar opposite. But I wouldn't say that I'm still doing this just because I've been doing it for as long as that I have. I'm mostly doing it just because I still enjoy it. And then nothing has changed in my immediate world that would require me to stop streaming. That's mostly the reason. I am a bit worried about, like, if something does change and then this is still, like, nowhere near where I would need it to be to have a decent life, then, what exactly would I do from that point on? That is in my head. Because I'm not really sure. I wouldn't have very many places to go, because I didn't go to college. Because, I never really had the money to go in the first place, and I would have to get a student loan and then be in crippling debt for the rest of my life. Not to mention I didn't have a goal when going into college. If I didn't have a goal to go into college with, and that's the main reason I didn't do something like getting a student loan for going to college. And then, because I spent 3 years streaming, I don't have anything else to put on a resume other than like a year of experience with, Subway, and then half a year's experience with working with kids in an after-school program thing as an after-school counselor. So, like, the thing is, I would want to put on the resume, I streamed for 3 years without a break on most of those days for 6 hours going straight. I would be able to... Sorry, let me piece together the sentence the right way first. I would want to put on a resume that I streamed on Twitch for 3 years, waking up or starting at 10 a.m. every day, going until 4 p.m. every day, except for Saturdays where I would start at 12 p.m. And I would do this 6 out of the 7 days of the week without a break usually, because that would mean that I'm able to, like, self-impose certain... Or from my perspective, it's that I'm able to self-impose certain tasks and, you know, actually go through with them for extended periods of time. Like, I'm able to work diligently on something. But from like a manager's perspective who would be hiring me, I doubt they would look at it like that. They'd just look at it like, this guy's been playing video games on his ass for 3 years straight on the internet. This means nothing to me. Hey, if you're still happy doing it and you have no debt, no bills, keep at it. That's one way to look at it. But like I said, if this blows up in my face in the coming years because of bad things, then it's like I've essentially just shot myself in both of my feet. Social media management, persistence, motivation. You can spin streaming into looking impressive. I'm not good with social media management, though. That's the thing. Because I don't know how to communicate with people through text at all. And I'm not, like, a naturally funny enough person to do something random on Twitter more often than not, and then have it blow up. Like, if I were to... Screw me. If I were to get fans on some place, I feel like I would be able to retain them, but at least I would hope I would be able to retain them. Every time I say something like that, I feel like I'm, you know, gassing myself up a little bit. I feel like I'm giving myself more credit than I should, feeling kind of vain, which is why I don't want to say it, and because, you know, everybody hates that when people say stuff like that. I hate it when I say stuff like that. I feel like I don't take compliments well. I'm getting sidetracked. But yeah, I don't know how to do all that stuff very well. I've been thinking about trying to get into doing that, but I just really... I'm too direct a person more often than not, so... Screw me. I'm too direct a person more often than not to try to, like... do stuff like that. I think it could be useful for showing your dedication and consistency, but I wonder how many employers would actually see it that way. Not many, is the thing. Because I would imagine most employers, unless they're around the same age as me, unless they're like the same kind of 20-year-old, somehow are in there in a somehow they're in a managerial position at a place, which is definitely possible because I've had some friends that have done that very thing. I don't think they're gonna look at that and say, this guy works hard and he can work hard for himself. They're gonna look at it and say, this guy played video games, because that's all that most employers, I would think, see video games as, just a way of fun. And in a lot of cases it is. In most cases, I would say it definitely is. Ouch. Which reminds me of this one Twitter post of, like, this guy saying, men really be like, alright, time to relax. Boots up extremely stressful video game. I didn't go to college. I was a Ginyu main. My galaxy brain was too evolved to attend 8-hour lectures in crippling debt. Quotes StrongmanSteven. Exactly, man. Exactly, man. Nah, I wasn't a Ginyu main. I was a Piccolo Season 1 main. When everybody thought he was really bad. In this economy, employers don't care about resume, but when the next recession hits, it'll be critical. Right. Beast Clergyman killed Strong through the fog gate. That wasn't a Beast Clergyman at all. Why are you doing this attack? What the? That lasted way longer than it should have. Whenever I come back, he's running past the tornado. Yeah, because who would have guessed I've died maybe like 100 times, nearing 100 times to this one boss. Actually, the second it hits 2,700, it will have been 100 times, because I started at 2,600. Gen Xers and Boomers have no idea what streaming is. Somewhat relevant. Listen to a podcast saying that young men are currently attending college at lower levels than the 19th century. Oh, damn. Man, all this has gotten me thinking about, like, how I've also tried to do some YouTube videos, but I get, like... I get motivated to do one video maybe, like, every half a year. Ouch. I don't know why. Like, the first one I made I felt was pretty okay. The second one I made I felt was, like... The Celeste one, I mean. Oh, I felt was, eh. Debatably bad. The third one I made was... eh. Screw me. And then... I've in the process, or I've been in the process of making another video for the past, like, 3 months. But I say that I haven't actually worked on it for the past couple of weeks. Because... I don't know. I just, like, I got stuck while I was writing something for it, and I'm like, eh. I'll just chill and relax for a little while and get back to it then, and then I'm just like, I don't really know. I I guess I just don't really want to. I don't know why. Maybe partially because I don't feel like working on it anymore. Maybe because I don't feel like I have a point. Because the whole thing was supposed to be about like sound design in video games, and how I don't believe some of it is, or I believe that it's being overshadowed by, you know, graphical design for video games, and I think there's some truth to that statement, but not enough. I thought he was gonna do the one that slides at me directly, not that one. Sad that I got hit. They cited Twitch streaming as one avenue that many have tried. Wait, the podcast? That's saying the whole thing about, like, college goers being at its lowest rate since the 19th century? Because I would definitely say that a whole lot of people have tried this, but very many have also not very... God damn it, I didn't get to roll when I wanted to. Have not exactly been able to make it work. Like, there's some people that I know have been streaming for, like, frickin' 6 years, basically since I was in high school, and then just have... It's been, like, a fruitless effort since, which makes me really sad. Makes me extremely sad. And then shoutouts to the ones that I've seen that have been like, oh hey, it's my 1-year anniversary this time, and they're maxing like 1,000 to 3,000 viewers, and I'm just like, I'm gonna rip my own head off, man. Still wish that I had made more than just the one Cruelty Squad video, but my work ethic friggin' sucks and I get distracted so fast. I know what you mean. It's understandable. I mean, you also gotta think, like, you're not getting paid for it, though. That's... shoutouts to me for uttering the words that will get the twit longer written about me. But, yeah, you gotta also consider the fact that, like, you're not getting paid for doing that work, so there's definitely less of a reason to do it. Man, like, the thing that I want to do, like, really bad, is that I want to make certain content and then have enough money to be able to pay people to edit them, and then hopefully, I want to say hopefully, sustain all of us, but that would take, like, a whole lot. That would take a whole lot of money. Recently I did talk to a friend of mine about editing a video of me and some friends playing, him included, playing some video games. Well, there goes the barrier. Shoot. Oh, you only did one. There's a second. There's the third. Okay. So it's 1, delay, 1, 2. Gotcha. But recently I did talk to him about that, and him making a video, and he's in the middle of doing that, so I'll be able to release a video on the main channel that I have on YouTube soon. And I was going to pay him for that. But I want to, like, pay the both of you, Zane, and him for editing videos for me. But I just don't have the consistent cash to be able to do so. Yeah, they said a lot of college-age men choose not to take on the debt and try things like social media influencing, Uber, Lyft, and video game streaming. What you're saying is you want to be Dream. Yes. If life could be Dream, like could be a dream. Wait, no, wait. You're talking about not the music. You're not talking about the song. You're talking about the guy. You're talking about the guy, ain't you? Oh no. Doesn't he live in Florida too? Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. Yeah, but I did like doing it and thought it'd be good experience. It's not like you lied to me about it. Lol. Right, true. It's not like I lied to you about it, but I mean, it's still... I guess there's still something that doesn't sit right with me about, like, asking for work for free. Asking for legitimate work for free. Well, then again, I say legitimate work. It's not like drawing isn't legitimate work. It's... But I guess a lot of the instances of friends drawing things for me, it's like because they offer it or felt like doing it. In a lot of cases, not because I asked them to draw it for me. At least not all of them. When are you fighting Alligator live on stream though, Strange? That already happened. Oh, don't tell me you missed it. Damn, that's crazy. I'm sorry, dude. Real eventful stream, too. Everybody loved it. Did you win? No, I died. Don't do it again. Alright, good. No! Alright, we're good. Now I know why all Strange prototypes were created. Now I know what happened to the OG StrongmanSteven. Not like this. Not like this. And the last one. This isn't funny, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god! That's the judgment one. That's the judgment cut. Gotcha. He'll stab his sword into the floor, and then he does judgment cut end. We're in the metaverse where Strong and the Alligator have a baby, which is the current person streaming. Florida man bones an alligator. I also think a personal issue that stifles my ability to work on stuff is a weird subconscious expectation that my work will be cartoonishly poorly received, and I have no idea what causes this, nor why actual experiences don't influence my thoughts more. I think that's just a thing for everybody, though, thinking that your own work will come out, like, poorly. At least if you're trying to do something involving, like, art or creation of something. As long as you don't have... Like, if you don't have something that's a streamlined process of whatever it might be, then you're going to always judge what you have done yourself as poor. At least if you're trying to make it better. I think that's just the artist's problem. Like, there's a friend of mine that sent me an image of, like, a bunch of artists. And it's like, will I ever be as good as the old masters? And it's, like, the first one, the guy on a drawing tablet, and the next one is a guy on, like, I think it's in an easel, what it's called, with the painting and all that. And then the next one's this dude with just a piece of paper and a pen and ink. And then the last one's just a caveman with, the cave drawing, and he's just like, I'm the best. But it's the most crude thing out of all of the things that were drawn. Like, the point being of the image is, like, it's good, or it'll probably be good, but you're never really going to judge it as good as what might already exist or other things. I guess because it's coming from your own head. It's like, how exactly do I replicate something or bring forth something that I'm thinking already in a way that I actually enjoy the way that it's represented? It's just difficult to judge in general. Whether or not you let it stop you, that's a different thing. Like, if you've ever seen that Stan Lee thing, like the interview he had, or I don't know if it was an interview, but it was him talking about how exactly he made Spider-Man, and then someone saying, like, this is a stupid idea, and then someone else was like, yeah, let's try it, and then it became one of the most popular things that he's ever created. He's like, basically the end point of that entire thing was, don't let somebody tell you that something's stupid, just try it anyway, and then if people like it, then they like it. If they don't, then you still tried it. Ouch. See what I'm talking about? When I'm distracted, I play better at the video game? Because I was able to make it to phase 2, but we're having a conversation now. But while I was not talking and only thinking about the video game, it's like, let's die within the first 3 hits of the boss. Rocks. I'm so glad that did not touch me. I was wholeheartedly convinced it was gonna touch me. There we go. I think that's something similar to imposter syndrome that virtually every novice experiences. Still think the idea I had for that Metro 2033 video I was working on was good, but it took an absurd amount of self-convincing to send you the first draft of the intro. Ah.
Become my blade once more.
We're just helping you get to that 3K mark. And we have 3K reached. Poggerino. Is this first playthrough for reference? I was so engrossed in hanging out, I forgot to ask. Good to hear. Yes, it is the first time I've ever touched this game. The first... I have not beaten this game prior to... I haven't beaten this game prior to, playing it now. Even though you replied normally and gave criticism, I still continued to doubt my abilities, and my motivation fizzled out. Gave good criticism, right. I know exactly what you mean. Because I felt the same way after I released that video on, what do you call it? Fighting games and fighting input motions. Because when I got criticism from both, like, Risen and Hotenjin, I'm like, shoot, they're right. But that means I did something really... That means I would need to edit that video again. Or go through it again, or it's bad. Screw me. I can't believe I just did that. I can't believe I just wasted a frickin' Estus. It's not called Estus. What's it called? Flask of Crimson Tears. That's what it's called. Don't touch me. Don't touch me too. Ouch. Pain. Do it look like he's beating this game? Hey, it could. You see how good I am at dodging things? This could just be a challenge run, huh? Ouch. I'm on New Game +8 and I still play like this? See? Exactly. Really gotta work on my mindset. Yeah, but easier said than done. I've tried to do the same thing, but as I told you, there's a whole, like, creeping thought in the back of my head that I always have about, like, me wasting 3 years. It's like... There's only one instance that I can think of where I actually changed my mindset from something, but that one was, like... I guess slightly easier. There was a time in high school where I was a downer at all times, always thinking, like, negative stuff happens at all times. And then a friend of mine got really annoyed at me about all that, so I just, like... I decided to stop looking at everything being terrible, and I'm like... You know, maybe good things do happen. And then I started trying to love everything. And then... Lo and behold, I got happier and so did my friends. They got less annoyed at me all the time. But That's a little bit of a different story than, like, self-judgment of things you've created. Or intend to create. I wish it were easier for someone to take criticism. Or for, I guess, me, people in general. Like, taking criticism, I feel, is the main thing that would stop me from trying to create something. Because it's like, I make it, and this is what I envisioned is okay, and then someone tells me it could be better, and I'm like, kill me. I don't know if that's the same for you, but that's how it is for me. Thank you for the follow. Oh, that was neat. Fun fact, in the actual files, the potions are called Estus and the graces are called bonfires. You're right, however you say it. Awesome! I learn how to get out of the mindset of, this has to be perfect in order to release it, and judging the thing I'm making as a whole, because one clip 7 minutes into the video was timed poorly by 8 frames. That's why a lot of games come out buggy, because there's a deadline. Do as much as you can with the time you have mindset. Well, no, because there's still, like, some truth to what Zane has said. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be what you envision. Ah, god damn, with the rocks. Like, if you're striving for perfection, it's going to take too long for it to actually come out, and then there's also the possibility that you're just never really satisfied with whatever it might be that you create. But, if you're, as Zane just said, like, if you try to think less about it trying to be perfect, or leave some margin for any sort of flexibility, then you would be able to actually create something that you're okay with, other people would possibly like, and various other things. Like, you can't just ignore, like, that possibility of flexibility. There's a moderation to it that you need to hit. Actually, Strone's already completed game 5 times and he doesn't like to talk about it. He's trying to make a challenge run. God damn it, I shouldn't read chat while trying to fight the Beast Clergyman. Trying to make a challenge run while making himself look like a tryhard to attract audience, where he's showing his immaculate skills, the same skill he showcases during fighting game streams in neutral. Right. I'm doing this for the clout, as they say. Oh wait, he doesn't play neutral. You're right, I don't play neutral. I play Gustav Buster. The famous internet cloud. It's hard to, it's hard for people to give criticism that's genuinely constructive and doesn't come off as needlessly rude. I feel like that's part of it, and then it's hard for people to, like... It's hard to judge what is needlessly rude comments or non-constructive criticism. Like, there's definitely a problem on both sides. But that's just, like, the fault of human error. That's just how people take things. I don't think there was any, or I don't think there's going to be very much getting around that, just because people's perspectives vary so much so from person to person. Damn, we actually are going to stay on this boss for the entire stream, aren't we? Screw me. Please. I really want to catch up with chat, because I like this conversation and I want to keep the flow going. But reading and pushing buttons to pictures on a screen are difficult. Case in point. Yeah, nobody likes to be told they're wrong. Like, it's a core thing of humans. We want to be right. If you challenge that, we tend to react poorly. Well, a different streamer I watched took 8 hours fighting this boss and then said, I don't feel like playing ER for now. Oh, okay. Never mind. If other people took longer than me, then it's fine. What's up, Killian? Oh, that boss. Have fun. How close did you get to beating him? Dude, I've barely been able to make it past, like, 2 attacks into phase 2, dude. FW Malekith is a effer. He's a vibe check. Oh, no. So, Strong, if you want to take a break, or maybe look at Sonic Frontier / patch notes. I might take a break in a second, but I don't think I don't feel so, like, disgruntled or angry or anything, or whatever, to feel the need to take a break. I feel fine. You guys are keeping me sane. Oh, but you saw phase 2, didn't want to spoil? I did. Did my game crash? Elden Ring? Am I soft locked? We might have 2 total minutes on phase 2 in the past 3 hours. I also need to figure out how to balance my ambition between what I'm imagining and what I can accomplish with my skill set, right? We're keeping you sane. Did you read Hotenjin in my messages? Yeah, dude. Just like fighting games, just remember the combos and then get mad as heck about the hitboxes not being what you're seeing. I can only really do that for Street Fighter V. Everything else seems on point. Skullgirls is fine, BlazBlue is fine. Street Fighter V, I can see like an entire foot go through someone's leg and then I'll be like, why didn't this touch you? Imagine losing to the loading screen. I apparently don't have to. Get rid of the idea that if I want to make something that fits with my vision, then I need to do it myself. Right. Infinite loading screen, holy crap, Strange. I hope you have a backup of your save file. Wait, you're kidding, right? That's a joke, right? Right? You better be joking, man. Just a joke, Copium? Okay, this isn't funny. If this is a joke, it's not funny. I guess I have to close the game. There are people who have leveled Vigor. There are people who leveled Vigor and have hundreds of failed attempts on M. Oh boy. Oh, by the way, they nerfed Nago's 2H hitbox? What? Why? It was already mediocre. You could crouch it. Boss bodied so hard it corrupted your save file to prove a point. Okay, this isn't good. I think Elden Ring's process is still running even though I just closed it. Okay, this is gonna really piss me off if I just lost my freaking save file, dude. Elden Ring? This is nowhere near hilarious. I need you to not do this to me. Miyazaki wouldn't do that, Copium. If someone tell him I'm reformed, I cannot do it. I read the tips, maybe you'll be able to do better. They're about as useful as for KH3 data battles. Wait, what? Oh, you mean for the loading screens? Maybe say something, buy progress, see you in about 100 hours. Well, now you can definitely crouch it. Oh, so you can definitely crouch to Nago's 2H? Okay. Let's cross our fingers. Most probably the file will be fine, but in cases such as this, they can get corrupted. I can donate my save file if he lost his. Okay. Elden Ring, please. I'm begging you. Capture. 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 OBS! Come on! There you go. The end of previous section. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know Elden Ring. The game crashed and you're telling me now, hey, don't crash anymore. Gotcha. Alright, we're good. We're Gucci. Thank God. What's up, Lord Ratatos? You'll be fine. Yes, you lost 100 hours, and yes, you lost 2 months. And yes, you'd have to replay the entire game from the start, and yes, you'd be on this title until December, but at least we laughed. Yeah, man, at least you laughed. Hope streamer luck kicks in. Imagine having to do this entire thing again without leveling Vigor. That would be awful. Guys could really buff my characters. Congrats. No bullying strong Keck W. This is a regular thing. This is an average day in the life of StrongmanSteven's chat. Alright, I can hit you after that one, I know that. Whoa. There we go. That's what you get for rage quitting after dying, that you did the old Alt F4. Right, yeah. Oh! Immaculate spacing! He's too good at the video game. Not the Judgment Cut! Okay, it's not the Judgment Cut. That's the Judgment Cut. No, it's not. I question this move. I question this boss. I don't know when it's safe. To be honest, I'm actually like hella impressed. Rusty Anchor plus no vigor. That's a big mood. Thank you. I'm glad you're impressed. That's what a lot of people tell me sometimes, or at least my friends are telling me that. That sounds extremely vain. You see, I hate like talking about compliments that I might get or other things of that nature, because I'm like, everyone's gonna think, oh damn, he's gassing himself up. All right, bye. This guy sucks. But anyway, like I beat the double Crucible Knight boss in one of the Warrior's Tombs, I think it's called. I don't remember what it's actually called. And some friends of mine were like, I can't believe you actually somehow beat double Crucible Knight with 10 vigor. You need to stop. Honestly, phase 4 is real BS with this one. 3 hits on phase 2, pog. Stop with the rocks. Damn it. Rapukin. Phase 3 when he splits into quad skins is a pain. Okay. Alright. God bless. Why? Why am I like this? If I just played using Ashes of War, not a war, Ashes of Summons or whatever the hell they're called, if I just summon people, I would be done with this game by now. It's just like it. But instead I'm deciding, in my friend's words, I'm deciding to play this game the CBT way. CBT level of difficulty. Heck, W, it's okay to like yourself. Yeah, but it's not okay to say that you like yourself. That's what the internet's taught me. The only reason he's using Anchor is because the Anchor had low enough dex in faith requirements that he didn't have to level them. Bet, thank you. I haven't seen the stats yet, and the homie's on a mission, so didn't want to ask. I can show it to you after I die to this attempt. Pain. Basically, every aspect of the self-imposed challenge was due to his stubbornness and or lack of knowledge of the game. And once he learned, he was like, I will stay the course I'm on. And now we're at Malekith with 10 vigor and an anchor. Okay, so this is my stat spread. Quote unquote. Respect that so hard, commit to the bit. There you go. He's using the anchor because I kept recommending better weapons. Okay, that's not why. It's like, I tried using a couple of colossal weapons sometimes, but those are unbearable. They're too slow. They are so slow, dude. Like, it's unreasonable to ask for me to hit most of these bosses with anything that swings like that. It's... Ooh. That's cool. One more and then it'll be the 100th death I've had to this boss. So I'm just playing back a video game on winning attempts. Have you ever heard of diminishing returns? I have. Heck, W, it's a thing of beauty. Thank you. The only one who understands. 99 out of 104 levels in strength. Oh, he also refuses to use jump attacks, you know, the strongest attack a strength weapon has. I'm sure half the time I try to do that, it's gonna get me killed. I was wondering about that. I primarily use the Star Scourge Greatswords, so jump attacks and power stances. It's power stance all day. I want to power stance, but I don't know if I can find another anchor. Because I want both of the weapons that I power stance to be the same. Alright, we're good. I didn't get to dodge in time. He also doesn't use R2. 100th death. Basically, he wants DS3 PvP combat back. I would like DS2 PvP combat back. 'Cause I think DS2 had the best kind of power stancing. R1 spam all day. Strong does two things. One, R1 spam, and two, panic rolling. It's not all panic. How come there are way more calculated rolls and intentional rolls than there are panic rolls? Come on. You could get a friend to drop you one, but I don't think you could get two in a playthrough. A friend of mine has offered, but I also don't really want to, like, have him drop me stuff, because that feels kind of like cheating. Ouch. Might be scratching 3K deaths today. DS2 ironically had the best Souls PvP, it's just everything else about that game was dog water. I don't think it was terrible for the rest of DS2, but I just don't think it, like, was up to the same level as DS1 and 3. Wiki says can't drop the anchor twice. It's rusted anchor, what about it is cheating. He's giving me another weapon. Another weapon that I would be able to upgrade to max, and then power stance. I'm doing more damage for reasons that I shouldn't be able to, other than, like, you know, somebody gave me something, or I already completed the game. And if that's not cheating, I don't know what is. Ouch. Not panic rolling, says the man rolling 9 times in a row. I identify when I'm panic rolling. I say it out loud. DS2 is not a bad game. When I say everything is dog water, I mean in comparison with the other Souls games. Oh, okay then. The game has multiple features. Is an online game. Cooperation with others kind of feels like cheating, though. I'm trying to do the real, the true Dark Souls experience, you know? Play the game by yourself. Play the game by yourself and make sure that you're as handicapped as possible. You didn't really beat Dark Souls unless you punched the boss to death with no armor. Alone. No summons. Didn't die. Smiley face. I freaking hate you. God, I hate you, Beast Clergyman. Sometimes you'll do that attack super fast, and sometimes you'll just wait. PS2 is like Skyward Sword. It's a great game on its own, but overshadowed by transformational series. Belly cooperation feels bad, man. Siri, please play bruh sound effect number 2. If you didn't do a soul level 1 broken straight sword no upgrade run of DS1, then you're a casual. Basically, exactly. Do an Elden Ring Nuzlocke every time you die, you can't use that equipment anymore? What the heck? Wait, so what happens if you die with fists? You just have to turn the game off? Not dead. Then you uninstall Easy Clap. Okay. Hit him. Rocks. Stab him. Don't touch me. Please. Big rock. Hit him. I didn't... I thought I... Two of those were panic rolls. The last one was a calculated, but I'm bad at math. Strong would be out of weapons like 80 hours ago. Die once, game stops rendering, eyes unequipped. Calculated, but I'm bad at math. I feel that on a spiritual level. All rolls are calculated, but he's bad at math. I'm not actually that bad at math, I'm just lazy with it, and slow. Ow. Don't touch me. Hit him. Ooh, I'm real glad that didn't touch me. Don't touch me. Hit him. Don't touch me. I can't hit him. Ow. Ow. You penis. We're good. Don't touch me. You see what I'm talking about? Doing 20 million calculations every second, and they're all wrong. I'll go off now. Good luck reaching 30k deaths. 3k deaths. See ya, Killian. Hope your sleep goes well, day goes well, whichever you're about to do. Thanks for the good luck on failure. Pocket Sandwoman Stephanie. It's just the Beast Clergyman. Come on, this guy is easy. I can kill him. He's not hard. I can do this. Come on, me. It's okay. It's free. Rocks. Hit him. Rocks. I can't hit him. Sweep. Hit him. Stab at me. Blades. Hit him. Rocks. Hit him. This is going well. Please. Sweet. Don't touch me. Good. Big rock. Don't do it. Ow. At least that one doesn't kill me. Hit him. I'm dead. No, I'm not dead. Get away from me. You're too far. That's really funny. That's freaking hilarious how you decided to do double swish but then not follow up and then do double swish again. That's really cool how that's like the most inconsistent attack that you have. The only one that has a follow-up to it, but you decide to do it sometimes. Not every time, sometimes. Basically a free win. Copium. Easiest boss in the game. Copium. Initial health is more than enough. Copium. Malekith isn't overly aggressive. Copium. Jump attacks are for quitters. Copium. Nah, Malekith is an entirely different boss. Beast Clergyman's free. Malekith, nah, he's the hard one. I'm not counting them as the same. I thought he was gonna go for the forward one, not the burst. Big facts, like Inkos, to be honest. Who? Think you can get a few more health blasts? That's what's holding us back from beating Malekith? Right. Need a couple more. Talk crap, get hit. Don't touch me. Pick things up, put them down. I wonder if I can punish the backhanded dagger one. Yeah, that was all panic. That was all panic. I was expecting to get hit, and then I didn't. I was expecting to get hit by hand slam down, and then I was gonna dodge the shockwaves afterwards, but since I didn't get hit, I didn't time the rest right. To be honest, Clergyman is just taking your lunch money. Maybe try befriending him? I can befriend the other one. I think, question mark. He did attack me. I don't know where to find any more death roots, though. I also don't know what he does, so don't tell me what he does at the end of his quest line. I'm really glad that I have enough strength to not insta-die. Not spoiling a thing. Good, and thank you. That was too far. Two. Box. No, too far. That's cool, dude. Alright, good. I don't know, man, if some random dude with a rusty big anchor walked into my place, I'd be on the defensive too. Oh, no. You looked like an Amazon version of a Ninja Turtle, I'd be on high alert too. You're not wrong. Amazon version of a Ninja Turtle. I guess, No, I can't say that's wrong. Poor Otello. No, wait. Oh, I should have saved that. Oh, well. That didn't touch you. Can you, like, get out of the doorway, please? That would be extremely fun. That would make my day. I want to get some water. I do. I do want to get some water. I won't. Not right now. I'm gonna give it one more try. And then I'm gonna get some water. Ooh, controller, now's not the time. Don't do this to me. To be honest, the sun is in your eyes, new controller doesn't feel right, your back was hurting when you slept. Using your neighbor's TV, the Wi-Fi is bad, your socks are sideways. Exactly. All of these small things add up to the one big thing that's the reason that I lost. That was too early. Alright, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be back in a second. Needless to say, they didn't make a hand warm-up station. The sun was in my eyes. My opponent didn't wear deodorant. My controller messed up. I forgot to eat breakfast. My feet are cold. Okay, forgetting to eat breakfast is real, though. Not eating breakfast is a real one, if you ask me. While I was using the bathroom, my opponent kicked in the stall and started laughing at me. That's also real. So if that happened to me, I'd be thinking about that for the rest of the day. Expect me to play well when I'm, like, traumatized by someone kicking in an entire bathroom stall while I'm just on the toilet and then laughing? The venue was 2 degrees too cold. While I was in the stall for my melty pools, my opponent kicked in the stall and laughed at me. Okay. Melty. I think one of my favorites... Two melty memes are my favorites. The one where the dude shouts like, "Yeah boy, give me that JC. Ikiyo." That one's really solid, and then the other one where it's like the menu for Actress Again, current code, like the character select screen, but it's on a Game Boy Advance SP. Okay, that's cool. One more for the fans? Never mind. Oh my frickin' Christ, I didn't expect you to do that. I really didn't. I don't know what I expected you to do, but it wasn't that. You know, it's always weird to me to hear that people took, like, or can take longer time periods to beat bosses than me. Because I'm thinking right now about this one streamer that I watch that took like 13 hours to beat the fire giant, when it took me maybe 2 or 3. I think. Not 3. Maybe not even 2. Might have just been 1.5. Fire giant was pretty quick. Yeah. Ouch. Please. I don't like this placement right now. That's why. I don't know, I didn't struggle that hard for my first playthrough, but I was like, all dungeons had a ton of gear, had drip, and like 70 vigor. It's just weird to me when someone like gets to a boss and then just has as much trouble or the same amount of trouble as I do, but they have more health. mean, DS3, it took me like 2 days to beat the Lothric twins. Feels bad, man. For some reason, that fight was like, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I think that was one of the few, or maybe... I think I summoned someone for that one. Because that was before I did this thing where I'm like, I'm gonna try to beat the game without summoning. For DS3, I remember summoning someone for both that one and... There were two others. Deacons of the Deep, I think? No. No, I put my summon sign down for that one, never mind. I remember... summoning someone for... Yorm. Yorm the Giant. Because I didn't understand how that fight worked. Not initially. My god. My problem boss in DS3 was Pontiff. Pontiff Sullivan? Yeah, that's... I didn't like Pontiff at all. Pontiff pissed me off, dude. Because he just becomes two people! They have the same moveset and everything. Cool, great. Fighting two people at once, awesome. Thanks. Fine. Fine. Both super fast. Cool. What if you had other people summon you? Yeah, what if you had other people summon you so you can get some experience on phase 2? That would be an okay idea. But I think a lot of people would be very disappointed in me getting one shot by phase 1. I also don't know how to fight this boss where there are two people. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't play it like he's going to focus me and only me. I would play it like he's going to focus my friend and only my friend. I would love to see that content. Please do it. I wouldn't. No, I'll feel bad. I'll feel so bad. I'll give it a try after this. Even better, you should rename your character to Let Me Solo Her. Sure. Let Me Solo. Straight up griefing the summon pools. Whoops, wrong button. This would be the first time I'm ever summoned into something. If somebody ever summons me. Can you check people's stats from a summon sign? Wait, what? What? What's happening? I put down my summon sign. I think people usually put their signs down in front of the fog gate. I can't do that. I'll die. I haven't killed the tree sentinel. Why would anyone want to summon this? Because they don't know yet. Just kill the tree sentinel? That's an ask. I don't want to fight that thing again. Is he trying to bypass the boss in some weird way? No, I'm basically just trying to learn phase 2 a little bit. Kinda. Only a little bit. And grief the summon pool. Oh, okay, alright. Screw it. Can I be summoned during the fight itself? That is not the attack I thought you were doing. I don't think I can get away with putting the summon sign down in front of the fog wall. Why are there so many bloodstains here? What the heck are you people doing? What? What's wrong with everybody? Just kill the draconic tree sentinel copium. It's not hard copium. It's not hard, it's just annoying, time consuming. Hey! I hope to God he doesn't expect me to kill the tree sentinel. How do I do that again? I'm not gonna bother. Oh, damn it. Please. I don't want to fight the tree sentinel. Oh, hey, a guy. An invader. You expect to kill the tree sentinel. That's not good. This is not good. Don't touch me! Oh, thank God. I don't do any damage. Oh, a host is dying. I'm dead. Host died too. You wasted the visceral? I don't know where to attack for the visceral attack. What do you mean? Like, I've seen the tree sentinels fall over like that, but I've never been able to actually hit them where it hurts. This is great content. Tri-finger butthole. You're kidding. Hey, I'm being summoned again. Stephen Wallace, you better tell me what is happening here. What are you, my mother? Hey. Are you cooperating with mages? I didn't know he was a mage when he summoned me. I'm really glad this guy's tree sentinel is already dead. QY. I wish it was QT. We got this. We totally got this. Oof. Oof. Oh, he hit him. Damn, that's what it's like to have health? That's insane. Ow. Ooh, I don't like that. Thank God he didn't aim that at me. That would have killed me. This is gonna be absolutely awful.
Oh, death. Become my blade once more.
Oh wait, can I skip it too? It's up to him. A connection error occurred. Yeah? For real? Okay, dude. American internet. Well, you saw phase 2. I guess I did. Easiest phase 2 by far. Am I just cursed to not be allowed to look at phase 2 past like 30 seconds? Is that it? There we are. You know, you got kind of bodied. I didn't, though. To be honest, even making it to phase 2 in co-op is already impressive. Is it? Are you sitting on the summon pool? Hey.
Hey!
Crucible Knight getup. Summoning another cooperator. What are you doing? Okay, the tree sentinel's gone. Good. Is that the Solaire? The DS1? Yeah. It's the DS1. He's increasing boss health to the max so you can have more fun. Okay. Gonna R1 clergyman and his HP bar isn't gonna move? Oh, that's what we're doing? Okay, good to hear. Does it increase his damage, or...? I really hope not, because then things that wouldn't normally one-shot me are going to one-shot me. Hey, hey, hey! Okay, alright, it's fine. Kinda said I don't care about the guy who came in. I care about you. Ouch. It didn't last long. It sure didn't. Strange is literally a wasted slot. Minus rep dude literally is inting the summon pool. Alright, no more griefing. No more intent feeding. Ow. The guy is like, I must blacklist that dude right now, never again. Alright, let's see if Invasion goes any better. Elden Ring, but every time I die, I click and download any file chat sends me. Run when? That is... What? No? That is a terrible idea. It's not just a straight virus, it's gonna be like gay porn or something, I don't know. Are they up top already? Yes, they are. Hey, what up? I have no health. What's up? What's his name? God something's axe? I mean, I'd like to fight that. Yeah, but then blood katana. But then blood katana. You could name your character Never Leveled Vigor. Then no one would summon me. Will juice his PC with feet pics, right? Oh, what the heck? The Vigorless Virgin. This is the last one I'm gonna try. Can't wait to find someone with another blood katana. You gotta be kidding me. I. Timmy Toesucker, the Vigorless. Why does everything gotta always come back to feet? I don't like feet. Damn it. I think no one likes feet, which is the meme. I don't know, man. I think a lot of people like feet. But it's been interpreted as everybody likes feet. Alright, cool. Beast Clergyman dead. Hey, Malekith. You only do the one for that. Okay, if you jump off wall, then it's only one. Alright, so you got one big strike after the three Getsuga Tenshos. I don't like this. That's why. I don't know where to stand. I don't know where to stand or when I have the opportunity to hit you. It's not clear. Malekith literally just spams attacks, no skill, he's literally just pushing buttons. Just pollute the summon pool some more to figure out phase 2. No, I won't even make it to phase 2. I'm just gonna die in phase 1. And then people are gonna, I don't know. People are gonna make some bad Reddit posts about me or something. Then it's over. Then it's entirely done. And next to a pillar. I don't quite like that. Please. Spin cycle. Hit him. Me. Yo guys, there's this guy, Strange, I found on Elden Ring. Don't ever summon this guy, you'll have to fight powered up bosses on your own. Quote random Reddit guy, Solaire after the Strange incident. Stranger Things Season 1. Oh. Doesn't sound like a show worth watching. What the heck is Stranger Things about? Weird people? About Stranger Things. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Anyone else got an answer for me? Escaping from Kaled. Okay. Things that are really strange. It's basically Radahn's childhood. That doesn't tell me much. The moment Phase 2 started, he bailed on me. Oh, you mean when I got disconnected? I'll never summon him again. This is not a good place to be. That's why. He literally died on the first attack. Blacklist him. Can you blacklist other players in this game? Is that a thing you can do? On Steam you can. Okay. The Strange incident is real. It's not real. There were only 2 people that, like... Alright, first one the host died. Second one I got DC'd. Third one I died in 1 attack. There's nothing else to, like... First one the host died to an invader. He didn't get to see me be bad at the video game. I guess it's still my own fault in a way. I didn't hang around my host of fingers to save him. My freaking dodge. Thank you for the raid, Spectral Tunic. How are you doing? What were you playing? How is you? I asked the same question twice, but with 2 different words. Staying strong? Nice. What am I doing? I could have just gotten a hit there. I really thought that was gonna just hit me because I mistimed my dodge. That's not cool. Got him. That's the judgment. That's not the judgment. I don't understand. I don't understand. What are your freaking attack patterns? I don't get to learn them. I don't get to learn them. I love that Strong still has Fia's health debuff. Yeah, both of them. Assuming the second blessing debuffs your health too. Alright, come on, I got this. Let me be summoned. I'll help the guy. We'll totally get him. It'll work, right? We'll be fine. It'll be fine. You could go do some dungeon busting or something to clear your head. I don't think there's any dungeons that I at least know the location of at the moment that I can do any of that in. This was the last thing that I remember having something to do with. Well, oh wait, no, there is the one place past the Death Bird. Tell me you didn't summon another person. You did. Quiche. I like quiche. Please tell me Tree Sentinel's dead. Oh no! I'm gonna die before we even get to the boss. Oh no! Oh, that was my phone. Dude, I don't do any damage. Awesome. Well, what the heck did you even die from? His swing from the side. He hit me on the wind-up. It was enough to kill me. The boss wasn't even near him and that guy died. Worst summon ever. People don't write negative reviews about people they summon, right? Right? Please tell me they don't. Win is past $11,000 on Diablo now. What the heck, dude? Man, whenever I hear about stuff like that, it makes me super mad. It's like the same kind of angry that I get at, like, tech destruction channels. Oh, I really hope you're not fighting the Tree Sentinel. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. The other guy died, and he's dying too. You just spitting Scarlet Rot at the guy? I was really hoping you would stagger. Really sad when strong is your last hope. You could kill Tree Sentinel and put your sign of the fog? I could, but that would take some effort that I don't... you know, I'll try it. I don't know how to fight this thing without a horse. You see? To smack it, I believe. I especially don't know how to fight him when he goes into phase 2. He punishes flasking hard, though. Oh boy. fucking... That's not an attack I'm used to. Screw this. Nah, I don't feel like learning another boss right in front of a different boss that I've been working on for 4 hours. I don't feel like that. I don't feel like it. Get 2 to 3 hits in free at the start of the fight. With the anchor, I don't know about that one, man. That's way longer than I thought it would be. He hit me directly. I thought I was far enough. Nah, screw that. I'm running past him. The streamer can be a winner. I am a winner, sometimes. Man, I'm really thinking, like... I'm really still thinking about that $11,000 on Diablo Immortal thing, though. Because it's just, like... I don't know. You got plenty of money and you decide to spend, like, a ridiculous amount on a gacha game for an anime JPEG. I'm out here just... begging the internet for money. Always had money problems. Nothing. Always had money problems from the beginning. Not just like before I started streaming, I mean. Like from elementary school to now. Whatever. I need to heal before phase 2 starts. Now, why are you doing this? Alright. I'm glad I'm not dead. At least I'm not dead. 2, 3... Wait, why did you... I don't get it. You did 3 the other times, why did you only do 2? And then you decided to slam on me. I don't... Damn, you're dumb. I hate you. Give me $300. The stagger pressure. The Rekka pressure resets. Usually you don't reset pressure with Rekkas. That's a bad idea. Ask chip players. Alright, I think that my choice of just going character with command grab slash grappler is paying off in my brain. How so? Man, why did Naga's specials get buffed again? Nice! Why is this 2S even more juiced? Because it needed it. He needs it. Come on. We all know he needed it. Not dead. Smiley face. Not dead. Smiley face. Most games don't have hard knockdowns. Pokey, what the heck? Wait, what? That can't be right. Also, Tenjin, Rin got less negative. Don't know how much yet, but man, 2S looks weak. Looks bad. I don't think those changes are good enough. I hate Rin change. I'm expecting more changes. Yeah, but it's going to get like 5 frames shaved off and be net minus 15. Okay then. It's like they listened to some floor 10 Anji main complaining about overhead being bad, and we're like, we have to help those poor Anji mains. What did they do? They made it faster? Oh, shoot. They made Rin and Chip's overhead Rekka faster. Why? Isn't the reward off of it really good, though? Neither do I. All I was asking for was an option to deal with jumpers. That isn't Ko. Can you deal with people that jump with Rin now? And wait, couldn't you frame trap them with fans? To stop them from jumping? Yes, and that's the problem. The reward is good, but now it's legit. So what? They just made it too powerful because they made it faster? Well, we haven't seen what it's like, right? It's just those are the notes for it, but the patch itself isn't implemented, right? Okay. I think I'm reacting late to that because I'm always believing that he's doing like a jump to the side, so then he just hits me. You could frame trap with Nagiha, but I'm dropping Anji anyway. I'm gonna go with a better gorilla. Alright. Also the 5k and close slash having universal dash cancel could be cool. Unless you're a pot and Nago, but then you hold it. Suck it up. Okay. Woe is me being a character born without a dash. Damn it, two of them hit me. If I wasn't walking right, that probably wouldn't have killed me. Pot might be bad though. I low-key think pot will end up being dog water. They reduced the hurt boxes on a lot of his buttons. You're kidding. Wait, hurt boxes. Hurt boxes or hit boxes? The green ones or the red ones? Yeah, and reduced damage. I'm pretty sure the hurt boxes are the green ones. The green ones? Okay, so he's harder to hit. Well, why? I guess because they reduced his damage, but even then, why did I drink this frickin' Estus? What's wrong with me? That's not good. Was it too easy to whiff punish the dude? Did they just try to make that harder? I don't quite get it. Gigantor Kai, no invuln anymore. There's no invuln on Aegis Reflector. Why? Wait, so what's he supposed to use as a reversal? Not that it needed one. Season 2 is looking weak, no cap. Season 2 is looking resident sleeper. Might play Milia though, as I intended. Oh, by the way, what's up? Nago's reversal also got gutted. Hold it. You're... what? But why? It's now frame 9, not frame 7. Okay, then. Easier to safe jump. As in frame 9 active, you mean? Not frame 9 invuln? How did that not kill me? Okay, dude. Man. I mean, Milia seems ridiculous. I'm low-key thinking of playing Milia Biken Testament. Yeah, it's 8 frames before activation. 9 frames before activation. A lot of supers had that done to them. I wonder why. But I'm full switching to Leo because he gets cross-up slash now works in the corner. Thank God Arxis knows what we needed. They know Gold Lewis needs 6H Behemoth momentum because, of course, I use this button a lot. So much I can count the amount of times I used it on one hand. Oh, but Kofuranji now no longer gives a hard knockdown. That's stupid, agree. Wait, seriously? Why? Why would they take that away? What the heck? Damn it. Who the F knows? Now he seems like turn brain off, far slash Fujin Nagiha, or far slash Fujin Rin. Great. Just be a Fujin Gorilla or don't play this character IMO. Weird. Truly strange. Thing is, Anji's not supposed to be a Fujin Gorilla, but it could be what they want him to be in Strive for some reason. Don't ask me why. You having fun throwing rocks? I'm surprised that that was close enough. I hate it. I just wanted a few more tools, but instead I get 0 Oki. Oh, what the heck? That's what I hate about changes. Nah, screw it. I'm learning Milia. Those patch notes better not be all of it, or Season 2 is a wash. Same, I'm learning Leo because he gets to keep his fun stuff. Why do you do this all the time? Definitely feel like I should have gotten hit there. Maybe twice. But I can certainly say that I'm glad I did not. Ah, okay. Don't let Katano balance the game. Who? Leo gets dash cancel on back turn K. Leo is about to be a mix-up monster. Oh boy, I hope he doesn't. Don't know if he does right now or not. I feel like he doesn't have dash... Does he have dash cancel on any back turn moves? I don't know. I don't actually know what moves are dash cancelable in the game because, like, I don't have a character that can dash forward. But he can cancel any special into his forward dash, so screw me. Soul 5K is. That one I knew about, but that's the one that everybody knows about. I'm done interacting with anyone. I'll just kill people in 6 mix-ups. Geo 5K. I didn't know about that one. This is the attempt, boys. Strong's got it. I don't know about that one, man. I've lost all mojo. Most, if not all, ability that was there at the beginning. It has left me. Damn it. What happened to Godskin Duo Strong? Good question. I mean, like, I was able to beat him, sure, but it took forever. Decreased 5k attack level, 5k damage scaling, and S buttons damage scaling going down is rough. Soul players holding on to their last will to damage people. The HVV? HVV? Thought its soul might be doing no damage. Oh no. Like, soul got pretty gutted, surprisingly. Why? He wasn't even... Like, he was good, sure, but he wasn't the best, right? Heavy Volcanic Viper. Oh, okay. Thought it was called something entirely different now, like Night Rave Vortex or something. Everyone got damage nerfs? Oh, good. That means the games last longer! Screw this game. Using the universal changes. Gotcha. Oh, by the way, I want to say something to spite you, Strange. Kai got increased move speed and dash speed in Dragon Install. Do you wish your character had it hot? A little bit. And backdash speed. Okay. I don't care that much about the backdash speed, but... forward move and dash speed, yeah. Because that means he can play around with spacing a lot more efficiently. That was too early. Oh yeah, Nago might be able to do chip damage on level 3 normals now. Wait, but he was able to do that before. His normals chip no matter what. The low blood 2S on Nago better be bad. Does anyone want to tell him? Geo now has chip normals. Why? Did she need that? He joined the Nago club. Tried to... I swear, every time I try to dodge that attack, I don't know if I'm just doing it too late, or if it's the game saying, no, you didn't press the dodge button. It was when she has 50% meter. Oh! Oh, it's like that. Okay. Okay. Ouch. Finally. Okay, that's 2 slashes. I can't dodge out of the second if I get hit by the first. Okay, so maybe he doesn't do the third for the big jumping slashes if you're far enough away. Or if you're close enough, I mean. He'll do the third if you're far enough away. Now we got Juiced Kai, Milia, Jacko, Baiken, Leo, and probably Nago. Maybe Testament, it depends. I think those test changes are pretty saucy. Reduce startup and hurt boxes on basically everything. But hey, at least Gold Lewis has got 6H Behemoth movement. Because that's the game plan. To swing 30 frame startup button full screen to get in and die if they jump, press 6P, or air dash. Because that's the game plan. I love 6H on Gold Lewis, didn't you know? The button that people only see when they screw up behemoths, and even then it's rare. Maybe they just wanted people to use it more. I'm sure... Okay. With what they did, you might be able to do some more stuff with it. Who knows? I don't know anything about it. Unless it's 12 frames of startup, it's bad. I mean, it's nice that Gold Lewis got a 6P, a lower hitbox. So, wait, what? To like hit people that were crouching? Did it whiff people that were crouching? No, it hit people that were standing. It couldn't hit standers if I remember right. Not Geo. Okay then. Makes me think about how, Potemkin's dust in Exerd wouldn't hit Faust if he was just crouching. Like, if you tried to block as Faust, then he would go into proximity guard, and then Potemkin's dust would hit him. But if Faust just decided to hold down, not down back, then you were just boned. I can't believe I just sideways rolled that.
Part with it again.
Not Geo, and considering how juiced Geo is, yes, her tits were too big. What? What does that have to do with anything? Geo's breasts being so heavy, her hurt box actually becomes smaller because she has to slouch over to the ground because she cannot stand straight with them. Oh, okay, that's why. Never mind, I get you. That makes sense to me. Mods. Mods, shoot that bot right now. Mods are always gone. Oh, never mind. There's the mods. I messed up. I don't think I did this fast enough, but I didn't. It's really cool how your sword does damage over time. It's really cool how I'm forced to panic roll. God damn! Want to sleep post copy passes? How about you don't do that and say we didn't? Dog for Season 2 DLC when Arxis? Like Geo's dog? Or like some other dog that I don't know about? I don't think that patch is actual Season 2 mods sleep. Mods are asleep. Mods are very asleep. Have you been stuck on Malekith longer than any other boss? I think so. Blaze Blue Dog. Oh, the hype dog? Also known as Maximilian Dude's Benny. Sure, I'd be down for him as DLC. Swear to God, if that's the Dark Plagueis, it is. Okay. Dark Plagueis copy pasta. Yeah. No, I didn't want to roll into him, but the camera flip made me. That's the longest I remember. Wait, Valiant Gargoyles took about 4 hours, I think, but that's the longest I remember. But I didn't watch before you did Radon. Most other things, other than Twin Blade Gargoyles, only one of them had Twin Blades. Most of the things before the Gargoyles was about 3 hours. So yeah, this is the longest one so far. This one's about 5 hours. Can you do me a favor and not do that? What the heck? That's the rub. Watch his sword. If it glows, it'll be the AoE. You're getting the phase 2 more often? Yeah, but it's not... I'm not getting past anything in phase 2. Bring your chin down to protect your neck while continuing to stare in his eyes. This is the frickin' grapefruit thing. This is the grapefruit thing, ain't it? Bring up your hands and say, I don't want no trouble. You hear flex your traps and core. Slightly bend your knees. Here comes the important part. In a low voice, begin to say, slowly increasing in volume. You should be surprised by now. Begin to sway side to side and loosen all facial muscles and your anal sphincter and your Kegel muscle. And that is where you ran out of space. So that is where I will stop with what you had paid 4,000 points to make me say. Bruh. You have too many points. I want to take points away from viewers. God damn it! By now, you should be pretty loud, and your opponent will have stepped back and appear visibly shaken. Begin to piss and crap yourself and let your eyes roll to the back of your head. By now, you're chanting whoa, 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 at the top of your lungs. He will run away. Everyone within 1 mile radius will feel a terrifying presence within their soul. Marvel as you ascend into your planar form. What? Okay, I've never heard this copy pasta before. It's not the grapefruit thing. So I don't know what this is supposed to be. And now Lord Reditosk has made me say, mods are asleep, post your dank memes. Ay, ay, ay. These memes better be of, like, top quality. Better quality. Stab. Rocks. Hit him. This entire stream is just the beast clergyman because I don't know how to hit him. You know, it's pretty good. All I can do is chuckle right now. I mean, it's 1 hour left. Yeah, I just wish you guys weren't right about Beast Clergyman taking me so long. Get a look at that Sonic Frontier or patch notes or whatever. Alright, I guess I will soon. Ouch. Oh shoot, I didn't see that you picked up a rock. Oh, Tenjin, his Malekith, the 6-hour blade was correct. Instead it was being a realistic, I know the boss is strong, and without vigor you'll be on it for a while. You have to get lucky to win. I wouldn't say that I need to get lucky. I just need time with the second phase, which is something that I usually don't get because of how aggressive he is and how big his hitboxes are. Like, the first phase is whatever. I can get past that, no issue. The second phase I just can't examine because I don't get the opportunity. Hard for people to do no-hit runs of this game. Has anybody completed that yet? I'd be surprised if anybody has. Yeah? Okay then. Happy Hog has finished a few no-hit runs on ER? Okay then. Can you get closer so I can actually punish one of your attacks? That'd be nice. Thank you. That's awesome. Like, you see what I mean, Laura? I don't get the time to examine his stuff. I only know maybe 1 or 2 moves, but he hits me twice too fast. He's on a rune level 1 hitless run right now. Okay then. That sounds rough. Phase 2 Malekith is really fun when you can live through a hit. I've seen it for a total of 40 seconds, but it's amazing. Mm-hmm. Why did I do this? Never mind. It's okay. Okay, that's great. Stop. Who had deaths on Malekith as the boss to make him break and level Vigor? I don't think anybody did. Maybe, I don't know. Think he'll get lucky with this one? My bet is on a different boss. He'll never beat M with no Vigor. The final boss he might beat, but he'll never find M without us telling him where. Okay. You might be right, but... Okay, alright. You see, that's the one I can't find the consistency in. When he jumps onto the pillar, partially because I cannot see half of his body, and partially because I have seen 2 different attacks. One where he'll jump off the pillar away from me, and then shoot a shot at me. And then one where he'll just jump off the pillar at me, and then hit the ground. I guess I just have to look for that when he jumps onto a pillar. But I can't really tell whether or which one he's doing. Problem is he skipped Castle Sol for some reason. I assume that's the castle with the death bird in front of it. I skipped it because of the death bird. Bam. I think if he goes back and explores Castle Sol, he might find M by himself. He skipped it because of an optional encounter he could have just run away from. He runs past Tree Sentinel, but for some reason can't fathom running past Goth Tweety Bird. Because I haven't fought the bird yet, or haven't killed the bird yet. I've already killed the Tree Sentinel, so I don't care about fighting this thing. I care about fighting the other one. There we go. What? What? A? A. All right. That was something. Outskilled? Yeah. We want to see you fight the hardest boss in the game with 10 vigor, and if you don't solely because your pride wouldn't let you just run past Tweety Bird, I will spam blind. Okay. I mean, I'm going to go back to fight her. I assume it's a chick. If it's the one I'm thinking about. Even though I haven't actually, seen her. The area leading up to this boss is the biggest FU I've ever seen from the level designer to the player. No kidding. Unless you mean the secret boss. Secret boss and this boss. Secret boss and this boss, but secret boss even more so. Oh, okay. Can't wait for that. M's lead up has many of the multi-armed assholes. Oh, oh no. I think I had the most frustrating fight versus a tree spirit in the area before the secret boss. That's awesome. Ay, ay, ay. I wish he didn't have two different types of, like, or maybe it's three different types of rock throw, because he screws me up with timing because of all of those. Like, that one I thought was the jumping one because of how much he moved before he did it. Did you say ay 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 or ay ay ay? I said ay ay ay. That one just decided it didn't feel like letting me dodge. Amazing. I don't like that you're pushing me to the edge closer. Slowly but surely. Ouch. Steven, how would you feel if Souls games had mid-fight checkpoints for phase transitions? I would feel like that's unnecessary, and they don't need to do that. That would be cool and all, but, like, why? Okay. How do you avoid that? Because I knew he was going to do it that time. Do I just need to keep running? What am I doing?
Part with it again.
Hang on. Alright, I'm kind of back. However, things are happening. involving like maintenance of the apartment that I'm in. I just realized the frickin' privacy cover of my camera was on. So I think I have to call it here, unfortunately. So yeah, that's happening. I guess we'll just try for Beast Clergyman again tomorrow. Malekith, the 5.25 hour blade. Yeah, exactly. So guys, sorry, but that's gonna wrap it up for today. I'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same game. Hopefully we'll be able to take out the Beast Clergyman then. But who knows, we'll see. Freaking hard boss. I don't know how to deal with phase 2. And hopefully I don't forget phase 1 by then, but we'll see. Friday is some more Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Saturday is some video games, some fighting games, not really sure what, but I've been, like I said yesterday, I've been thinking Skullgirls. We'll see. We'll definitely see. Monday will be some more Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Tuesday is some good old Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. And the next Wednesday and Thursday we'll see more Elden Ring. So look forward to all of that. If you guys have anything to say to me or anyone else who has decided to join, hit up the Discord below the stream. If you click the picture that says Discord, I am going to go deal with this whole apartment maintenance thing going on. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, evening, morning, or night, whatever time it might be for you. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.